Good morning, everybody. Okay, so what happened on the 22nd of April? Facebook decided that it would not stream to groups anymore. So that's what I was doing for that minute or so, trying to work out a way that I could still stream to my own group, which failed. But yes, hopefully you're watching from our page and also from our YouTube channel. So sorry about that, but that's things that are out of my control. So now I've got that annoying housekeeping out of the way.
I'm sure that the reason Facebook has done that is solely for our own good, Evan. I'm sure you don't fully understand.
That sounds like sarcasm.
No, it wasn't sarcasm. If you ask them, they'll tell you that. You just don't quite understand. They're just trying to help us. Isn't that so that we won't get our content will be stolen or misused in some shape or form?
Yes, maybe they're worried about third-party apps like StreamYard, Zoom, things that people use all the time might steal our data.
No, I'm sure they're doing the right thing, mate. I mean,
when we know Facebook's been in trouble for sending our stuff around to other people, selling it off.
But look, when that gentleman, that bishop got stabbed in Australia, they fought to keep that up, mate. They fought to keep that up.
Oh, that was Twitter, yeah.
Well, they're all doing the same thing. I'm sure they look after us. Okay, today we've got a fascinating young speaker that's going to be on later called Aleksander, who was, I found his talk really interesting.
We had to pre-record it because people don't realise, because we're based in Australia, and we're able to get to North America, it's your afternoon, evening. But in Europe, it's the middle of the night.
Yeah.
So, yeah, which is always, it's really hard to find. There is no time that suits. Yeah. So, unfortunately for him, it was going to be 1 a.m. right now. Right. So, yes.
Yeah,
but you'll really enjoy his talk.
It is a good talk, even though it's slightly taped, but we don't have a choice. Sometimes we have to do that. Okay, today we're going to be talking about ancient times, and we're going to do that in different ways. Further on in the piece, when Leah comes on, and she said she'd try and join us this morning, but I think that's utterly impossible. We're going to be talking about the Bible. We're going to be talking about the ministry of Jesus, which is something different, but it is also part of ancient civilizations, because that particular event formed the way a lot of civilizations actually presented themselves past that point. So we feel like it is important to look at that. Now, what Evan has decided we're going to do instead, and he told me this, and I didn't actually get a chance to agree or disagree. I was just told this is what we're doing. We're going to be looking at a conversation that went on for 4.5 hours between Joe Rogan, Graham Hancock, and Flint Dibble. Right. I've been told specifically not to use the word dribble because his name isn't Flint Dribble, is it? It's Flint Dibble. So I promised him I wouldn't use that word. Oh, I think I just did.
Oops.
Oh, sorry about that, Flint. Actually, he didn't seem like a bad person, to be honest, but it was quite an interesting conversation.
And you know what? I've got to give him respect for going on there, because that would have been, a bit of a hairy moment.
Well, it was going into the lion's den from this point of view, so all credit to him for turning up. But there are, coming out of that, it became quite obvious that there were what Graham was going through, even though it went on for 4.5 hours, and that was a long ask for me. I'd empathise with him because not to the same extent, but probably not that much less. We've gone through the same thing. And I want to start when we talk about this. I found the most interesting part of the 4.5 hours was the last 3 minutes when Graham made a final statement. And I thought that statement summed up perfectly what the 4.5 hours before had actually covered. And possibly we could have cut to the chase and started with that. And he went something like this. He said, and of course, Flint Dibble denied that anyone that disagrees with mainstream archaeology has ever been attacked in any concerted form.
He just said
there was a couple of what he called arseholes.
Just a few arseholes.
Just a couple that do create things. And I just thought to myself, my God, Flint, that is the one thing you've said that is so demonstrably wrong. I thought I'd like to start with that. Now, Graham's final plea was this. He said, why is it if anyone on the left-hand side, which they call pseudo-archaeology, and we've been called that too. So
I think you can find that on the Wikipedia page for us.
And Graham, we're both pseudo-archaeologists, right? He said, why is it that you mob, the mainstream mob, and by the way, I did 2 years of uni at archaeology and walked out because they wouldn't accept the fact that Egyptians were in Australia. But I learned, by then I'd learnt the ropes. Okay. He said, why is it when we make a comment, you have to insult us. You have to be aggressive. You have to say horrible things about our motives, not so much what we've done, but our motives. And he said, I don't understand, why can't we just sit down as civilized human beings and agree to disagree with a degree of honor and respect for the other side?
And exchange ideas. And I think,
and maybe we'll find mid-ground. And he also made the point, a very valid point, that the thing that upset him the most was the fact that he was called a white supremacist, a misogynist, a racist, all these things. And it was fascinating during the conversation before, when Flint was trying to explain what he said, Graham kept going on it and read stuff where he called him all those things. And Joe Rogan joined in and said, no, you've associated Graham with the Nazis. You've associated him with racists. And he said, I'm just attacking their source. He said, no, you're not attacking their source. You are putting the two together. And he made the point that that was something of all the critiques that upset him the most. And what I find fascinating about that is we know Graham because when he came to Australia, we spent about 7 days with him and we took him to show all the sites we've got there. And we met his wife. She's not white. She's got dark skin, Evan. And his kids have dark skin. And there's a picture there, and Evan's put it up, and you can see Graham, and there alongside him is his wife. Now, if you're going to tell me he's white, then you're either blind or beyond hope. She's not white. He's married her. He's had kids with her, and they've been together for how long? Isn't it? A long, long time, haven't they?
Yeah, I think he mentioned in the interview, she's been with him every step of the way for the last 30 years.
Yeah. Well, man, I've got to tell you something. If you're a white fella and you marry a non-white woman, you can't be called racist. That's the end of that conversation. I'm sorry, it's over.
And look, he met our elders. Not one moment, and mind you, Kano can see through you into your soul.
Oh, yeah.
He has that stare.
So what did Kano do? Kano gives him a special ceremony where he actually disappears in front of all of the people. You'll see the people all standing together that went to the ceremony. When they're there, and you'll see Graham Hancock standing next to Santha, and there's Kano alongside. He gave him ceremony. Kano can see through everyone. I can tell you now, Flint, and all the people who've called Graham racist, if he was racist, Kano would have asked him to leave the island. And there's a picture, and everyone in that picture there, all of those people saw him disappear. We're writing a book, which I've got to start today, from the Ramangeri. And in that book, you're going to hear the story from different people about him doing that disappearing. So therefore, Kano, who is very dark looking there, standing alongside him, and another picture, you've got a picture of his wife, who's not as dark as Kano, but not as white as Graham, and not as white as anyone else there. She's the second darkest person there. Now there's Darren and there's other original people there that have a lighter skin than Santa. So this business about Graham being racist, can we please take that out of the equation? And that is the problem here, ladies and gentlemen, that mainstream don't, and whatever Flint says to the contrary, this is not true. When he says there's no concerted attack against Graham, it's not true. It didn't happen. It's not a conspiracy. That is utterly incorrect. And I want to share with you two aspects of what have happened to us while we've been working in Australia. And the first one is this. All of those things that Evans put up about the standard responses from mainstream, that it's a hoax, we've been called that, that it was misplaced or dropped, that's been told a lot. Saw magically fell on top of it, we've heard that one. And basically that we're blind to what we should be seeing, all those things where we've been attacked for. But what I find interesting is two aspects of this, our work. And people say it's not a contrived conspiracy. Our work has gone to the top levels of the Australian and New South Wales government. In fact, I have a file, don't I, Evan?
Yeah, a massive file of letters with official governmental
Logos.
letterheads and logos.
Yeah.
So Department of Heritage and the Environment, or whatever it's called now.
Yeah.
It used to be National Parks and
Wildlife
or whatever, or National Fires. What's it? National Sparks and Wildfires.
Yeah.
The joke on that. But yeah, so yeah, look, I mean, we're not saying every single archaeologist out there is defensive and kind of trying to stop any new thought coming in, but
there is a climate that's been created, and then the archaeologists either fit into that climate or they don't. Now, let me explain how it works, not for Graham Hancock, but for us. There are two ways the climate is created. Number one, the government. Now, I've been getting letters and phone calls from the government from the time we worked on the Standing Stone site. On one occasion in the Standing Stone site, I got a phone call, and he introduced himself as a person that was represented and hired by the government to investigate the work we did on the Standing Stone site. And he rang me up. And by the way, I got letters about this too, threatening letters. And the phone call went on for about an hour. And in it, he told me that his job was to go up there, and he spent 2 days with a team of 6 people going through the site that we'd spoken about, the Standing Stone site, to find evidence that we created any form of offence or done something wrong that they could take us to court on, that they could actually make sure that we were punished for what we did. And he said they spent 2 days looking at the site, and he rang up to tell me that after 2 days, they found nothing. I want you to think about this. This is a government representative who's ringing us up to tell us we've done nothing wrong. Now, that's pretty unusual, because normally the government contacts you when you've done something wrong and they want to threaten you, put you in jail, or fine you. This was none of those things. No. This was to tell us that over those 2 days, where we were given permission by the local landholder, and we took 10 elders out on site with us to make sure it was done proper old way, we had broken the law. But then he went to tell me, but you haven't. But you have. And this went on for quite some time. And I asked him at one stage, so when you go and do this and you go to other sites and you find nothing is wrong, do you then approach them and write letters to them? Wouldn't answer. Okay, then I said, look, since you were there for 2 days, did you do any archaeology to either confirm or deny what we did? No response. All he wanted to tell me was that what I've done, I didn't get caught, but we're watching you, and if you do something wrong, we'll be back. So it was basically a 45 minute to 1 hour threat.
Yeah. Oh, we're watching you. Basically, that's what they're saying.
Yeah. So Then we sort of stumble onto the aliens, which we're going to talk about later on, that we found, and we went to a site there. And that one, oh boy, did we get lots of letters there. This time, they reckon they had me. And they were going to, and by the way, the letters started with 6 months to 3 years in jail, $250,000 to $750,000 fine. Sometimes I was asked, I remember one occasion, one letter I had to answer 43 questions. This went on time after time after time. I have literally 100 emails from different levels, all the way up to the top. And in every letter, every email, that threat was put in there. And I did say on one occasion, when I was talking to them on the phone, I said, how many times are you going to keep threatening me? Oh, no, we're not threatening you. We're just reminding you of the consequences. Well, how many times do you think you need to remind me? I said, I've got literally hundreds of reminders. Oh, well, you might forget. I thought, well, how stupid do you think I am? I said, that's all you ever write. You start with that each time. Oh, that's how we're just trying to keep you in the loop. No, you're not trying to keep me in the loop. You're trying to put me in jail. Now, that went on for years. The phone calls, the emails, and the official letters, registered letters. You've got to sign for it when you get it. And I got about 8 of them. And then about a year and a half ago, I got a letter from the government, and it was called an official warning. And in it, they went on about the fact, they told me, by the way, this time, the threat wasn't one or the other. It was 3 years, and they put the 750 and 250 together and made it $1 million, didn't they?
Yep.
Chucked the whole thing in. And they said, this is what we could do. But at this stage in proceedings, we've decided not to.
Yeah, because they can't.
Oh, no, they didn't say that. They said more than enough evidence.
But I'm saying between the lines.
Oh, no, they couldn't, honestly, because I'd covered my steps. I knew what they were on about.
I knew they were pretty upset when we got the reconstruction made.
Oh, yeah, I'll get to that in a sec. Okay. And they wrote back and said this. They said that we could and we might, but we won't. And then they said, after they did all that, then they said they reserve the right at a future time to actually take us to court, and they will put us in jail for sure. Now, like Evan just said, part of this time during the skull, when we first of all, we went on site. Okay, that was fine. And we didn't, as people call us, grave robbers. We didn't grave rob anything. The skull was and everything, and the bones were actually on the surface, and a farmer lifted back this great big piece of wood, and there it was. Now, what I did during that period of grave robbing was to walk around with a little wooden ruler and just scratch around at the edges, measure, photograph, and walk away, and then it was covered up. That's called grave robbing, by the way.
Oh, apparently.
Apparently, that's what it was called. Now, what then happened was another academic, and we'll see this later on, approached us with 8 pieces of bone that came from another site a couple of 100 kilometers away in a different area. So this is not a mutation. And that was found in 1953 by this lady when they were digging up the ground to put in a shed, for a shearing shed. And all these bones were found. And then after a while, this lady gave it to an academic, which made a lot of sense. And this academic tried to approach the government and said, look what we found here. The government looked at the pictures, never came and saw him. I made the mistake once of saying they went and looked at it. And I got into trouble for that. Because I just assumed if you found something like that, the government would go and look at it. But no, they looked at the photographs and said it's a Homo sapien, nothing to see there. Anyway, what happened was he was doing classes in his university, and all the students were saying, these guys, us, have got the same thing. And he contacted us, and he gave us the bones. He said, mate, if I keep these bones much longer, I won't have a job. They're really hassling me. By the way, there's no theory that we're not actually seeing anything there that looks like it's manufactured from the top and all the way down, but he didn't want to lose his job, so he gave it to us. And then what happened was we found the guy that used to work for the Australian Museum and used to put together skulls and stuff, and we won't go into the reasons why, but they put him in jail for 5 years and he didn't like them. And he put it back together for us. And then after that, when it was put back together, and you'll see that soon, further on, another gentleman got involved who was the model maker for Alien and Predator.
Yeah,
Yep.
for those films. Yeah.
Right. And he made the full skull. And I do know, and this is what I'm leading up to, and this is why we got the threatening letter saying we've been warned. By this time, I decided I would not talk directly to any of those people. We had an interlocutor that they'd ring and then he'd pass it on to us because I was done talking to them. But they weren't done trying to hassle us. Anyway, this guy sent them a picture of the fully made skull and announced it to them. And he told me what happened. When he told them, we've got a full skull made, and he sent the picture, and he then went and got the email out and looked at it. He said there was a pause of about 15 seconds, and all he could hear was these deep, deep, sad sighs of disappointment. Now, you would think that now that we've got this made into a full skull that people can look at, he'd be excited, wouldn't he? He was utterly disappointed. And that gives you an idea of how the government reacts to something that they don't want to hear. But I want to also include every archaeologist in Australia in the next part of this story. To give you an idea what Graham is talking about, the fact that the whole of society, albeit political or educational, will turn on anyone that brings up something that doesn't fit.
And that includes people within the field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about the archaeologists now and the story with that.
I'm just going to, yeah, look, I think they were both in defensive mode, to be honest. And really what we have to commend is Joe Rogan able to kind of keep that debate together and keep it as civil as possible. Joe did an amazing job moderating.
I thought he was great. I've never seen him before, and I'm quite impressed with what he did. He tried to take the middle road, and some of Graham's work he attacked, and there was one aspect of Graham's work where I thought, yeah, that's pretty weak, mate. And he said that, and I appreciate that. And sometimes he praised the other guy. He was trying to sit in the middle, as a moderator should. You can't take sides.
And look, it must have been very stressful for both of them.
Oh, it was.
Well, all three of them, really, when you think about it. But, I mean, look, that's, as I said, I think that's the first time mainstream and alternative archaeology have actually met.
Yeah. Now, I want to make a point about Flint saying that it's not something that's coming from, although Graham put up letters that were from the American Archaeological Society where they say they are speaking on behalf of all of them, but we don't know if that's true. But in this case in Australia, we do. And I want to tell you what they did here. Now, there was a paper written by, and I won't say the academic because I don't want to dob him in. He's probably the top academic archaeologist in this country. And they run a sort of exclusive website called Ozark, isn't it?
Oh, it's like a chat group.
And all the archaeologists are in that, and they sort of share information. It's a collegial sort of setup. He wrote a PhD on pseudo-archaeology, and it was about Evan and myself and Slater. And there's a full chapter just on us, isn't there? About 25 pages. And I'm going to start by saying, well, before I go further through this, I thought some of it was respectful, probably more respectful than what Flint was to Graham, because in it, he had not admitted and conceded that I had done a lot of work with Aboriginal people, particularly in education. I worked to help put up the Aboriginal Studies course for New South Wales. I was given 4-year status. I was a 3-year teacher solely through the work I did with Aboriginal people. I did a lot of work throughout the whole of New South Wales, and it was acknowledged everywhere by the Department of Education and by everyone. I worked extensively with a lady called Linda Burney, who is now the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs in the federal government. And Linda thinks very highly of me. I did a lot of work there, and it was acknowledged. He also acknowledged that we have the trust of many elders in this country. And he also conceded that they don't. When they go on the site, they have the trust of no one, and we do. But here's what I want to continue with. And they said, how are we going to resolve this issue? And this is what his solution was. Do not talk about them. Do not acknowledge them. And I'll go further. I happen to know, because of people who are on that website who are quietly backing us, told me that if anyone mentioned our name, they were given one warning. And if they did it again, they would be blocked. and thrown out of that website and never allowed back. And he wrote in the paper the solution to this: everything they say, and that includes to whatever we might come up with next, is to be utterly ignored, never spoken about, and to be openly attacked. Now, when we've put on different major talks, be it in Brisbane, in the, what was that called? The conference centre there? Convention Centre.
Yeah, the Secret History of Australia.
Yeah. The archaeologists, the archaeology group ran up the people who were running it and told them to dump the whole thing because we're talking. Now, these people said...
Not only that, they phoned up individual speakers.
Yes, I'll get to that next. These people who had put on 2 weeks before a sexpo at the same place just looked at them and said, they're paying money, we don't care. Then what they did is they rang up, was it Gamage and...
Professor Bill Gamage and Bruce Pascoe.
Bruce Pascoe, and told both of them they are not to speak there because we are. Now, all credit to Bill Gamage. He came and spoke, and so did Pascoe, didn't they? They both did. But they were told by them not to do it. So when, what's his name again, Flint, when Flint says there is no orchestrated attack on you, Graham, that is not true, because there have been orchestrated attacks on us time after time after time. I remember another time we were doing a talk in a church, weren't we, in Melbourne?
Oh, yes.
The preacher was rung up by them and told not to put it on. We tried to put on a talk somewhere else in Melbourne, and the local council were rung up by them, and they banned us. They banned us completely. So when Flint says, oh, no, it's just a couple of, what do you call them, arseholes, didn't you? Just a couple of bad people. And by the way, he was one of them, because on one occasion they kept saying, and so did Joe Rogan, man, you call him a racist, you call him a white supremacist. And in the end, what he said was, you're just picking on one thing I said. Now, when he says that, you know what it means? He's admitting that he did do it. And I found that interesting. He actually said, you're just picking on one thing I said. I'm thinking, sometimes politicians make a statement, and they make one statement that's wrong, and they get into a lot of trouble. I know at the moment Pauline Hanson is in a court for saying something that was construed as being racist and has been taken to a court.
Again.
And if she loses, she's got to pay $150,000 to a charity, and she probably will. She only said one thing, and his argument was, well, I only said it once, so it doesn't count. It does count. It counts massively. So I want to make the point when we start this, if anyone says there is not a contrived and concerted orchestrated attack on anyone that breaks mainstream archaeology and says something that doesn't fit, that is not true. It is not true in Australia. It is not true in America. It is not true in anywhere we know. We know that even our work was put up once in England, wasn't it, Evan? And within 2 hours, the Department of Education, because we were doing something in a school in Moree, the Department of Education, within 2 hours of this article going up in England, had rang up the principal and the original person who were going to work with us and told them, if you do, you will lose your job. Now, that's the Department of Education within 2 hours of an article, not going up in an educational venue. It was just a general one, wasn't it, Evan? Mm-hmm. They knew about what we'd written and what was written, and had contacted the school and told both those people, you will lose your job. So if anyone tells you that this is not a contrived, organised attack on anyone that doesn't fit into what mainstream wants, that is a lie. So I wanted to set this up before we went through there. I want to back Graham 110%. Number one, anyone calling him a racist is an idiot. It's that simple. There's no other word for it. I'm not going to be nasty because I could use other words. We know the man personally. Kano gave him a special sacred ceremony that he had never given before to anyone. And Christine said that, didn't she? Because we did ask her, how did he disappear? And she said, I don't know.
He hasn't done that one before.
He said he'd never done that one before. He's done a lot of other miracles, I can tell you. I actually wrote about 8 in the book that's going up with Aram and Jerry. We're going to write about Kano. It's all about him. But that one, she hadn't seen before. I mean, she told me the time when Carno took down one of the other people that he's looked after, like me, and taken on board, took him down to an anthill there that had massive ants I'd seen before. The Carno had taken I think he found a goanna the day before, thrown it on that anthill. Within half an hour, it was just bones.
Yeah.
He told that particular guy, his name was Wirichin, he told him to stand on the anthill. And he said to him, "You sure you want me to stand on an anthill?" He said, "Yes." And he got out his clapstick, started singing. And he first of all stood on the anthill for about 20 minutes. This is what Christine told me. I didn't see that. And then he asked him to sit on it. And he did. And you know what? During the whole of that time, not one ant bit him, because he was singing to the ants, and the ants heard his song and acted on it. And didn't bite this person. But the day before, when there was flesh on there, they cleaned it out. So this is the man that looked at Graham Hancock and said, "I will give you a special ceremony. Now, don't tell me he's racist. If you do, you are wrong." Okay, now let's move on, please.
Oh, yeah. I'm just posting this up. This is Dibble's response to the Joe Rogan Experience.
Okay.
So I'll just do that, and I'll get the slides up.
So what, are you putting it on or something?
No. I'm just giving everyone the link if they want to see what's going on.
Okay. All right.
I'll just get this back up.
So we'll go back on now, because Evan's put this up. I only saw it once, so I'm not really sure what's up next. We'll find out. I hope we do.
Yeah, I've got to press buttons. Things don't work instantly.
Okay, here we go. Right. We've done that, and we've done that one. And there's a picture to show you this is true.
All right. So within that interview, Graham mentioned an Australian original link, was actually the whole of Sahul, as Papua New Guinea as well, to the Amazon.
But he made a mistake. Look, and he raised it, and Flint Dibble basically was arguing about the fact, "Oh no, we don't attack anyone that doesn't believe in Clovis." Well, that's a pack of lies anyway. But I thought that Graham possibly I know, because he had a lot of stuff he had to do there, and I'm not criticizing Graham in any shape or form, but I felt like he should have pursued that a bit more. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick up what Graham said, which is utterly correct, and we'll go to the actual research that he spoke about. But I want to add to that to give you an idea. And then what it also does, it contradicts what Flint was saying, which he said was that everyone was hunter-gatherer. There's no proof of any sort of, how can I put it, advanced technology or advanced knowledge until after the Younger Dryas, when they started to turn into agriculture. Before that, there was nothing. Well, if Graham had gone further, he could have really destroyed that argument then and there. So we want to do that now. So can you go further past that, please? Right, there is, and he put up the same one. There is the study. So what I want to do is explain the study in a bit more detail and the ramifications of it. I want to I want to pick up where Graham started and carry that baton a bit further. And I felt he should have done the same, but I'm not critiquing him at all. I'm not really critiquing either of them. So what is this study? It was a study done by 6 universities. And you're probably going to say, oh, yeah, probably some Mickey Mouse universities. No, I don't think that Harvard would be under that category, would it? No, and David Reich is the head of that department. He was asked to assemble a team. And he assembled a team of prestigious universities up and down America, right? Some were in South America, some were in North America, and he was the head person. And they made a very valid archaeological assumption that no archaeologist would disagree with. And you'll notice that Flint did not argue that point, did he? He gave up on Clovis, didn't he? All credit to him for that.
Yeah.
But what Graham was saying is, what about the people who came earlier, like us and others? You smashed all of them.
I think that part also highlighted, because I think Flint was talking about when he was doing undergrad, they weren't the Clovis kind of first theory, had faded, but
it didn't.
It hasn't. It's still, because Graham was making the point, like everyone's debunking it, like, oh, it's fallen apart. There seems to be a lag between that and what the public see.
And there's also a lag in not following up what it meant.
Yeah.
And this is what we want to do. So here's David Reich. And what they did was they decided to analyze extensively the genetic bank of 2 Amazonian tribes that had kept away from everyone. And they kept so far away from everyone, they had made it a law that these two tribes could only intermarry with each other and no one else. So what they said was, of all the genetic banks on this in America, this would be the most pure. There is no tainting of any other genes. There's no Spanish, American, or any other genes there. There aren't even genes from other original people in the area that do have mixed with others. They kept that away. That's a valid way to use our genetic bank. And they were trying to find out, where did the first people come from, right? And the assumption was they came over the Bering Strait around 13,000 years. And that's the Clovis story. But by then, by the way, David Wright wrote at the start, he believed in the Clovis theory, didn't he, Evan? He said, I don't anymore, but I did. So he came to this not as a converted person who believed it was rubbish. He went the other way around. He actually thought that Clovis was correct and he was trying to prove it. And what he actually said, and we've seen this quote, he said they tried time after time to make the results go away, but each time they went further, it became stronger. And what they found is they were trying to find the closest genetic links to these people. They weren't in America. They were not in America. And you can see the dots where they grabbed them.
Yeah,
the people they used.
those red dots.
Yeah, that's them. They were in Australasia, in Papua New Guinea, and in the Andaman Islands. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, until 8,000 years ago, Papua New Guinea was part of a continent called Sahul that included Papua New Guinea, Australia, Tasmania, and all the offshore islands. And the Great Barrier Reef at that stage was also just part of Australia. It was a flat area. This was all the same thing. And we're going back at least 25, and I think it's much further than that. So this is what they're basically saying is Sahul and the Andaman Islands. Now, I've got to make the point with the Andaman Islands. There was a study done by Dr. Rao about 10 years ago in the southern part of India with the Dravidian people, and they did 937 people there in their genes, and they found that 7 people had exclusive Australian Aboriginal markers. In other words, 7 of the people they analysed weren't Indian. They were still Australian. The Andaman Islands is just full of original people, and no one's allowed to go there. The government goes there every couple of years, goes there quickly and goes away. They are still living a traditional hunter-gatherer lifestyle, and nothing has changed. They were the closest links to the people living in the Amazon. And what David Reich said was, well, the first people did not come through the Bering Strait. They came from Australia. End of story. And that is the end of that story. Now, let's go a little bit further than that, because, Graham, there were many other pieces of
I just want to add something. I remember seeing a documentary on, I forget what it's called. I got the link somewhere. And I think there were some researchers, and they went back to those tribes and went, oh, we just wanted to show you this study.
Yeah, they did.
So we want to tell you where we think you actually come from. And they're like, but we know where we come from.
And I said, where? Australia.
Yeah, we come from over there. and then they said, well, why did you have to do this study and come to tell us? We already knew this.
Why didn't you ask us? We would have told you. We know that our people come from Australia. Now, by the way, that's true. That's what they said. They knew it, because you know what? Oral traditions, when you keep the tribes untouched, untainted genetically, you also keep them untouched and untainted when it comes to their historical oral history and their mythology. It doesn't change either, because no one got in there to mess it up. We didn't have any white missionaries come in and say, that's all crap. Now, it was very interesting that they told them we knew the answer. They went back to think, they're going to get shocked by this.
Oh, look at this.
Check this out. And they said, yeah, what's new?
Yeah, my grandmother told me, and her grandmother told her.
And we all know that. We've always known we came from Australia. So let's go further, ladies and gentlemen, because that's not the sum total of the evidence to prove this. And then we want to look at what it meant. Next one, please, Evan. Oh, look, just go through them. There are reports on this, and there's quite a few of them.
That's a more recent one.
There are many reports there. In fact, there has been so much genetics done that puts it back to Australasian ancestry. It's done in the water, ladies and gentlemen. The funny part is not one school in Australia that teaches this. I want you to think about that. There is not one school in Australia, and I know because I was there fighting, and I actually resigned because they wouldn't put it in. I just said, I can't work with you guys anymore. I stopped teaching when I went back to review of the AB Studies course that I helped make up, and I said to them, "You got this all wrong." I said, "We're not putting that in." I said, "But it's done and dusted." They said, "No, we're not putting it in." So go through them quickly because we've got to get through a bit more. Okay, this lady here wrote an article in a science magazine called Cosmos.
Back in 2010.
2010. We contacted her and we spoke about it. And she said, "Yeah, I'm going to put up your stuff too," because we told her we've got more. And she said, "Oh, that's great. Let's put this in." Guess what? That was the last article she wrote for Cosmos. Don't tell me there isn't a conspiracy here, ladies and gentlemen. She lost the job after doing that. That was the top science magazine in Australia. Did Aborigines discover America more than 11,000 years ago? Yes, they did. And imagine, this is 2010, and we got Flint saying, "Oh, no, it was just a couple of so-called arseholes." Well, hang on for a sec. She lost her job. Next one, please, Evan. We know that's true, so don't argue the point. It was there. Now, how long? How long have they been there? That's the point. We know that Clovis starts 13,000 years ago when the Asian group come in, and they did. Now, the question now is gone past that those footprints there that were done by Silvio Gonzalez, they were dated. And they were dated at a greater than 40,000 years. But it's interesting because there are two other dates given, aren't there?
Yes.
There were two other scientific groups, one in Japan, and I can't remember where the other one was, and they had different dates. They disputed it, and they were both archaeologists, and the dates they gave from the Japanese group was 1.3 million years those footprints were there, and they're not Clovis. And the other guy, and Sylvia Gonzalez actually had a radio show with him, didn't she? Yes. And he said 730,000 years ago, and she said you could be right, it could be either. She wasn't convinced that she was right, but she wasn't convinced she was wrong. But does it matter? It's at least 40,000 years ago, and that starts to ask some other questions we're going to raise at the finish. Continue on, please, Evan. Now we go to Dr. Walter Neves with the original skulls. See that man there? He found 55 original skulls. This is not genetics now. This is just the shape of the skulls, and they are not Clovis skulls. That's been fully agreed to. They have got nothing to do with Clovis skulls. These are original skulls. And by the way, he has the bones and skeletons of 250 other people. So don't tell me the original people weren't in America, because they won't say that in America anymore. And notice that our friend Flint did not argue that point when he said, "Oh, we've got this Australian link." He didn't argue it, did he?
No.
He just let that one go because he didn't want to talk about it. And Graham, man, I love what you're doing, but you missed an opportunity here to really rip in on this one. Continue on, please, Evan, because we have more evidence. There's plenty of it. It's just a breakdown.
They did talk about Monteverde.
Yeah, they did talk about Monteverde. The reason was it was 33,000 years. I noticed at one stage they spoke about Albert Goodyear, and he did Topper, which is around 50,000 years. Now, these are artifacts that have been found there that have been agreed to be man-made, right? So these dates aren't made-up dates. And we've got Lake Valsequila will come up, which gets into around 500,000 years. But in this one at Topper, what happened there was he was with a team, all archaeologists, and they did work and they dug down 1.5 meters and they got Clovis stuff. And they left. But Albert Goodyear thought, hang on for a sec. I think I'll dig down further and see what's there. He went down another 3 meters and he found another series of artifacts, and they're definitely artifacts, and they're dated between 40 to 50,000 years. So we're getting dates now that are starting to ask big questions. And then we've got a date in California, which has been challenged at 130,000 years, okay? But quite a few archaeologists agree with it and some don't. Of course, Flint would grab with the team that doesn't. But we've got the 40,000 years locked in. Next one, please, Evan. Keep going. There he is. There's Albert Goodyear there. And it may be the oldest. When he put that out a while ago, what year did he put that out? Published in 1988. What a brave bugger he was, eh? Good on him. See, this thing hasn't been around for a little while, ladies and gentlemen. Here we've got a score of 1988 it was published, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's the one at Monteverde.
Yes, that's Dillahay.
Yeah,
Dillahay.
They mentioned Dillahay. He got smashed. He got smashed big time. He really was reviled everywhere. This is 1988, so don't tell me. And they were fighting it all the way through. until the massive evidence was so great, they said, oh, yeah, okay, you're right. But notice it took about 30 years before they finally started to agree to it. Next one, please, mate.
You wonder if that's going to happen with the comet impact theory as well, because you've got one group saying yes, one group saying no, which they mentioned in your interview a lot. Is it going to take 30 years for them to accept that?
Absolutely. Oh, don't worry about that. Next one, please, mate. We've got too many to do here. Then we go to Lake Valsequillo. And there the dates are well into six figures, and there's so many of them, it's not funny. Now, I can tell you the story with that. Cynthia Williams, is it? Well,
Irwin Williams,
the main person there. What happened was someone found that thing you're seeing there, that piece of our drawing there, which had within it a drawing of what was called a gompathere.
Which you see in the Lord of the Rings. Actually.
Which you see in Lord of the Rings.
I have Lego Gandalf there.
Yeah, you've got the four tusks there. And those things were around, they went extinct about 100,000 years ago. And people said, well, why are they drawing something that's not there? Oh, don't worry, they heard about it and they just drew it anyway. Well, what happened was the American Archaeological Society put together a team, didn't they, Evan?
Yeah.
They selected the best experts in the country, all different forms of dating. And Cynthia Irwin Williams or someone, I can't remember exactly, it's like that. She ran the whole thing, and she was considered she was a younger woman, and she was going to take over this other woman who was called the grandmother of American archaeology, wasn't she? Yes. She was the protege. And they sent them down there to do the work. And they came back with an answer that freaked out everyone. They said, yeah, humans were there. Humans were there. And they had dates of 600,000 years, 500,000 years, 250,000 years. And it went on and on. The whole of this book about the suppressed story of the people who discovered the New World, the original people. This is what they've said. They've discovered it. But look at the dates. Oh, my God, Leah's with us. Okay, what a surprise. Okay, at any stage you join in. I can't believe.
Wait.
Quick, someone take a picture of Leah being up.
You added me too quickly. I still haven't taken my bathrobe off. Okay, hang on, Jesus.
Okay, well, just pop in when you want at any stage, Leah, but we'll go on with this one at the moment. Okay, sorry, I got distracted by something I've never seen before.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this book was written solely about this, and didn't he get attacked, Evan?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, this was published about, 10, 12 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, he got attacked mercilessly. And by the way, Cynthia Irwin Williams, in the end, she actually had to start retracting that. And when she died, the CIA came to her house and took all the records away. That's true. So let's look at the book, please, Evan. There's a couple of pictures I want to show people within this story. Ah, that one. Right. See that beautiful piece of work there? That was found there. That is not a natural piece of work. Is a squared edge on the right side, and the point what was damaged and splintered, probably during impact. And the date, I think, was 450,000 years it was found in an area. And by the way, when you think, how did they get this date? This is really easy to do. It was they called it the perfect archaeological site, because the area was sealed off by a volcanic eruption that took place about 400,000 years ago, and everything that was below it was below that date. It was called the perfect site. So therefore, these dates are very solid. Okay, next one, please, Evan. Okay, this is a very important comment that was in the book. And Evan, would you mind reading this? This is what they said in the finish, where things stood. It was like a summation.
You are archaeologist. You are asking us to believe that the sophisticated art and technology of the Upper Paleolithic was actually invented over 200,000 years ago in central Mexico by Homo erectus. Ridiculous. Geologists, you are asking us to believe that science is off by a magnitude of 10. Ridiculous.
Now, the point I've got to make is the archaeologists who were doing this, these people were using, I think Charles Neser is one of them, were using techniques we use all the time now, and they were considered the most sophisticated techniques of the time. He was the world expert, and they brought in 4 different geologists who all did different things and used different techniques.
Yeah, no, there's something I want to raise, and I know me and Leah spoke about this a lot. There seems to be, from that interview, there seemed to be a bit of contention between geologists and archaeologists.
Oh, big one. And can I share with you, ladies and gentlemen, because further down it talks about what they used. And for those who know about archaeology, you'll know these ones. They use U series, which is uranium series, fission track, and UTHHE dating as well as Sam's diatoms and Ginger's superhydration and mineral solution studies that all point to an age of greater than 200,000 years. Now, that is about 6 different techniques that came up with the same date. Now, the dates go from 200 to 600,000 years. Now, here's the point. If we've got people in America then that have sailed all that way and are making technology like this, Flint said this started around 10,000, 12,000 years ago. This is wrong. He's wrong. And how did they get there? They sailed on boats that sailed across the largest ocean in the world and the largest gap between continents from Australia to America. That is a huge, and by the way, they had to sail with enough people to land there and then create a society that runs after that. And I can tell you the number. You have to have 10 men and 10 women to stop inbreeding. So that means that boat that sailed across the largest expanse of ocean on the planet had 20 people inside it. Flint, what sort of technology is involved there? Because you've got them with these primitive sort of rocks and saying, look, this is all they did. And we'll get to the rocks later because that's another part of it. So what I'm saying is Graham was right in saying, no, they were there, but we needed to work out, okay, they were there. Who were they? Well, Graham did say they were original, didn't he? Mm-hmm. Then the next question, the big important question that Graham didn't chase up, that we are now, how long were they there? Now, I can tell you, you saw Carno before. I went down to him the first time when he told me something, and I said, I want to hear about this. This is what got me down there. He said, we sailed the world in ancient times in a figure 8, and we circumnavigated the whole of the world. Flint doesn't have that on his story, does he? He doesn't have that story. But that's what my elders told me to begin with, and that's what the scientists told me when they went to Lake Valsequila.
Now, I think it was good at Penang, wasn't it, Leah, where you could see that the geologists and archaeologists weren't necessarily getting along because it was Danny, there was a geologist, and what ended up happening to his paper again?
His paper was, sorry, Leah.
I don't remember. I don't quite remember that particular section. Are you talking about from this debate?
Well, what happened was the paper it got published, and when the American Archaeological Society wrote to him and demanded they take it off, he said, "Why don't you put their complaints next to ours and people make a decision on what actually happened?" If they didn't do that, they just took the paper off. So when this gentleman says it's a couple of arseholes, no, it's not. It's everyone in that group. They're working together as a unit, and they're making sure that anyone, sorry.
It's just to it's not quite playing devil's advocate for the moment. It's more of just trying to having a healthy level of optimism, shall we say, when it comes to the mainstream take on things, especially in the realms of ancient archaeology and not so much geology, but archaeology, paleontology, anthropology, and the such. But I can appreciate. I can appreciate that it's a very important thing to keep one's mind open, but not so open where your brain falls out. So it is important to have a level of gatekeeping in these societies. And I understand when there's a lot of when there's such an establishment like mainstream archaeology, they want to make sure that the quote unquote right stuff gets in and the wrong stuff stays out of the fence. However, the problem is it has become a kind of pseudo-religious organization where you have the narrative that you try to find all the supporting evidence to maintain the narrative. But unfortunately, with the better technology, as technology advances and new techniques are developed, unfortunately, that narrative that they're so desperate in trying to support is being quickly chipped away. So what do they do to people like yourselves and Graham and and all the other quote unquote alternative archaeologists try to propose? Well, they bully them out of these circles. They try to harass them. They denounce them. They discredit them. They find stuff on them to make sure that the public doesn't actually take them seriously, and just throwing anything at the wall to see what sticks, right? That's the point, of course. And unfortunately, the public is notoriously easy to sway, especially if you use the correct buzzwords and phrases. So it's like it's very, very contentious. But what I do want to say as well to add, there's no shame. Actually, something that Eva and I have spoken about several times. Ever since we started really talking about these the Graham Hancock debates on Joe Rogan. But what I found interesting was something that my ET contacts have kind of told me when it comes to realizing, getting down to the bottom truth, is that amongst their societies, if you are wrong, you're not discredited or tarnished or belittled or anything. You're not mocked for being wrong. Even if you had an established point that you thought that this was true, doesn't matter. And it turns out that it was completely wrong. It doesn't matter. You are actually you actually allow the next person to come in to step up and actually get to closer to the truth. But without your stepping stone, even though it was wrong, you actually pushed the fields of knowledge closer to the truth. It's actually kind of an honor in many ways amongst these ET societies to be considered wrong, because the more you get wrong, the closer you get to the truth, right? So anyway.
Well, it highlights the truth, doesn't it? And it also defines it to an extent. And I think the problem with mainstream, and I think Graham's final comment was the best thing he said. He said, why can't we sit around the table and talk to each other as people, rather than abusing each other and insulting each other? And the point in this discussion is Graham's not insulting Flynn. He never said anything bad about him, but they are doing it to him. We don't insult the people who actually do this stuff to us, because that's not how it should be done. So I think to an extent what it does, Leah, is it shows the fact that the group that are doing this so vociferously, the more they do that, the more you've got to ask yourself, is that what this person just said? Is this what science is about? Will you close your mind off to anything new? If that is the case, then yes, I've got a friend of mine that believes in the flat earth, and he's probably watching this today. He's a wonderful human being, but he still believes in it. And you know what? If you want to attack him and insult him, why? What does that get? What do you gain from that? What it tells me is a lot about you as a person. I don't think he's right, but I've never insulted him for doing that, and he knows I don't believe he's right, and he's quite okay with that. That's how we should all be. See, I mean, most people, nearly every scientist will say, well, that's ridiculous, that person who believes in that. I will now attack him and saying he's an idiot. Where does that get you? And that's the point that Graham made, and I think that's the most important point. And what you've raised is actually right. The most important point is don't judge the two people on what they said. Judge it on how they say it. And if you think that one person is saying it the wrong way, stand back and ask yourself, would I do that? And if the answer is no, you must question them. Why are they being so nasty? And that's really, I think, a focal point here. Now, what is very important and what we're trying to show people is this paper, this book that we've got up at the moment, they did all the best science, and they were endorsed by the American Archaeological Society, who chose their best people down there. When they came back with the wrong answer, she actually, in the end, she was actually shunned, wasn't she? Yeah. When she went to conferences, they wouldn't talk to her. They wouldn't allow her to speak. And we've got this one guy saying to Graham Hancock, no, it's just a couple. No, everyone in that auditorium, when she went to different science conferences, looked at her and said, I'll turn my back on you. No, he was wrong. And we know this is true because we read the whole of this book. And she was actually attacked. And the day after she died, they came and stole all the notes. That's true. And that tells you, if anyone says it's just a couple of people, no, it's not. Our letters from the government aren't from a couple of people. They come from the top. So we'll move along because we've only got about half an hour to go and we've got a fair bit more to cover. We've got a few things we want to do. And I think we're leaving America now. Oh, right. Now, Graham did speak a few times about Atlantis, not so much about Lemuria, which is a mistake, because really we should be talking about Lemuria, not Atlantis. There's not much there that you really can gain today that's worthwhile. And we do have artifacts. And now this is the point. What I want to talk about now is what he wanted, is he wanted artifacts and science. Now, what we've shown you so far is the science that was conducted in Clovis, but he's given up on Clovis, hasn't he? So we haven't won anything here. But what he didn't do is he didn't do the dates. And the dates tell us, no, these aren't people in a cave dribbling. They're doing a lot more than that. And when Carnot said they circumnavigated the world in a figure eight, how did they know that? And as Graham said, they knew longitude. Well, Graham, they knew longitude and latitude to know it was a figure eight. Okay, so let's do these ones now, please. Right, from Atlantis to Lemuria. Yes, well, they're both there. And here we're going to start with the, this picture was taken from the wonderful source that we all respect greatly, Wikipedia, right? Lovely group. By the way, we're a piece of shit according to them, but okay, even though we are, we're going to continue by praising them. And this is, can we go back, please? Don't praise. Oh, you can leave that on. Yeah, put them both on. Okay. What happened was we found, actually Roz bought a ring that was made from copper, zinc, iron, nickel, and lead. Okay. And that is the makeup of what is called orichalcum. Now, according to Wikipedia, in a post that they've now taken down because we wrote an article about it and said this is ridiculous, and they knew it was, so they took it down. It said that orichalcum is a mythical metal found in the mythical continent of Atlantis.
And then had a picture of.
Well, and then down the bottom had a picture of orichalcum. And they said that was found from a 6th century BC Roman galleon wreck near Sicily. And there are 85 ingots of orichalcum. And I did say at the time, if it's mythical, how come you got a picture of it? Because you know the word mythical for an archaeologist means it's rubbish. That's what they do. Mind you, I've got to tell you that most myths, and nearly all myths, are based on fact, and most of the science they're doing is not based on fact. So I don't know about how you criticize mythology. And what we found is they were analysed. Now, those 5 elements are the same elements that Plato spoke about in Timaeus and Critias, and in another piece where he wrote about what orichalcum was. He spoke about it too. Pliny the Elder, who's considered one of the greatest historians of Rome, right? He spoke about orichalcum having 5 elements, same 5 elements. Homer, when he wrote his poem dedicated to Aphrodite, said that she was her totem was orichalcum. Now, orichalcum is a metal that was used in Atlantis, and we were told that the inner temple in the middle of the 5 rings, the temple of Cleito, who was the wife, the mortal wife of Poseidon, it had within it, that inner temple was lined in orichalcum with a gold top. Okay, so that's what the story is. Now, of course, Flint would not dismisses if there's any evidence, he did say that, of any evidence of Atlantis. Well, hang on for a sec. We've got evidence. Can we show them what we've got, please, Evan? And first of all, there's one of the rings that we had. I am going to say that some of the Atlantean rings are no longer with me for reasons I'm not going to go into now, except that if we had them here by now, I'd be dead. They are not very good rings. We haven't got time to talk about so much today. But what I can tell you is, can you see the 2 symbols on there? And you'll notice in the first one there, it's been cut. Atlantis ring number 1, Atlantis ring number 3 were both cut. And another ring we've got from Atlantis has also been cut. They've been interfered with. And that gets back to the magic part of the story. No, we're not doing him yet. We're going to come to that in a sec. Go back. That's very naughty. I'd like to apologise. No, it's not good enough. It's just like I told you before, you're on notice. You've done this before.
No, I haven't.
Well, recently, about 4 months ago.
I was going to the symbols.
No, don't want to do the symbols yet. We'll get there. Okay. I'd like to apologise. I've lost track where I am now. I'll take a deep breath. I'm back. Okay. We've got two symbols there. The first one, the one that's like the clover leaf. Roz found out what that represents. The Berber use it. They're the mob that live in the Atlas Mountains, and they follow. Who do they follow?
They follow Atlas as their god.
Their god, Atlas. And by the way, that is the symbol for Atlas, the son of Cleito and Poseidon, the first son, the one that was supposed to take over Atlantis after. And by the way, we do know that picture you've got where you see him holding the world on his shoulders was a punishment for what he did when he tried to lead an insurrection in the court there. He's not a good person. He got into a lot of trouble for that. The second symbol is a circle, and there are 5 of them. And what actually Leah, who has a lot of experience and knowledge in Atlantis, when she first looked at that, she wasn't happy with those circles, were you, Leah? No.
Not even slightly. Not even slightly.
Because they were all of different sizes. Now, the clovers were all the same, but some of the circles were bigger than others. And the lines, well, there was a straight line going and a vertical line, one of each that was on around it. But the lines, all the circles were the different size. Now, Leah's insistent, and she's right. They are absolutely obsessed by getting everything correct.
And perfectionist. Yeah,
like you can see the two that you've seen there, and they all change. Some are bigger than that, and the reason being, and my logic is that there were 5 rings, the 5 inner rings, but they're all different sizes, and they had straight and vertical roads that went across. So what we did is we put together that and said, okay, we've got exactly the same chemistry as what Pliny the Elder and Plato told us, made that up, and Wikipedia. Thank you, Wikipedia, for showing us that mythical metal that was found and recovered, and then the article was taken off. And believe me, we've captured it. It's still there. And then we started to say, maybe there's something in this. I still wasn't prepared at that stage when I worked on that ring to say it's Atlantean, but then I did some studies. It's the only time I've been to the computer and found anything. Now, would you mind going to Howard Carter for me, please? Howard Carter, most people might know who he is, and if you don't, he was the guy that led the expedition into Tutankhamun's tomb and found the whole damn thing. What's interesting with that, there were about 18 people involved in that, and Howard Carter's the only person who lived, and all the rest died. And there are all sorts of arguments about whether it was a curse or not. Doesn't matter. They all died bar him. And what we know for a fact, and we've done research on that, is he had a copy of a ring that I think his name is Marquis d'Agrain, who found a ring in the Valley of the Kings in the 1860s and claimed it was a ring from Atlantis. Now, I don't know how he got that claim. I have no idea, right? But I do know he made that claim. And what happened was his grandson wrote a book about this. And Howard Carter read the book and decided to come across and look at that particular ring. And in the book, it said this ring will repel any magic, be it visible or invisible, and will protect you entirely from it. If you look very careful at Howard Carter, you have a look at his finger. He's holding a book, and that finger is holding that ring. And what they did for him is they didn't give him the original ring, but they made a copy with the same markings, and it's the markings that give it its, I'm going to only use this word once because we're not doing much today, to give its magical protecting powers. And he wore that ring into the tomb, and he wore that ring when he came out of the tomb, and he wore it for the next 35 years, then died a natural death. But he never took it off. And when he died, it was passed on to his family, within his family. And how do we know that, Evan?
We know one of his family.
We know one of his family, so we know this is true. And I think there's an auntie at the moment that has it on a chain, doesn't she? And carries it, and it protects her. They believe, and don't forget he's a well-respected archaeologist, that copy of the ring, not the original, but the copy, has protective magic. And guess what? It did. So I read about that. I'm starting to think, well, hang on for a sec. If that ring has magic, what about the rings we've got? So moving on, please, Evan. Okay, now there are the markings that Evan was trying to get to earlier. And I didn't want to get there straight away. And you will notice there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5 of the circles. And by the way, I just did crappy circles, and that's even worse than it's on the ring. They're supposed to be different sizes, but don't worry, I sort of half got there. And that ring, by the way, I can tell you what it does, is that was supposed to be a positive magic ring. It was inserted with magic that is not positive, and it made those rings. There's a story about that, and we won't go into details, but if you read Lord of the Rings by Tolkien, which is based on a Scandinavian myth about 3 rings that ruled the world, well, we're talking about these 3 rings now. But I'm also talking about the fact that these rings are incredibly ancient. Now, I can tell you that 2 of these rings were found in where, Evan? Australia. And where in particular?
33 degrees.
33 degrees south of the equator at Hill End at a goldfield. Now, why was it buried in a goldfield? I'll tell you why. Because the temple of Cleito and Poseidon, the inner temple, was made of orichalcum and gold. And that is why it was deposited there, for that reason. So, these rings were found in Australia. Flint, where stone, bone, and stick technology. When the original people supposedly came here 60,000 years, until Cook came, there was no metal here. So what are those 2 rings doing in Australia? And one was buried 1.5 meters beneath the surface and found by a metal detector. I've spoken to the guy that did that. And he just took the detector out at Hill End, and he decided to go up on a hill where there was no gold just to try it out. And he found one. And he dug down 1.5 meters on the side of a mountain like that, because I think it was buried there, and then took it out and thought it was gold, because the Greeks call orichalcum mountain gold, and it looks like gold. And then he got it analysed, and we got the analysis, which we're going to show you in a second. It wasn't gold. So, ladies and gentlemen, what are metal objects doing in a country buried? And by the way, no, we didn't do 2 yet, Evan.
We're running out of time. I'm trying to speed ahead.
I know, but you know what I'm like. I don't care about that sort of stuff. Okay, where are we? I'd like to apologise. 2 errors we've had from. I might sack him, but I can't get anyone else to work for me for nothing and put up with me.
I work for free. No one's going to do that.
Part of what you've got to do. So this one, 1.5 meters beneath the surface. The one I'm going to show you later, 4.5 meters beneath the surface, found at Hill End about 2 years later by someone else. Okay. And by the way, the other one has 9 markings on it, and 4 are the clover leaf and 5 are the circles. Now, what are the chances that 2 rings buried at the same place and about 2 kilometers away from each other? This one was buried 4.5 meters beneath the surface. That's a long way down. Don't tell me someone was walking around. They're going to say this, aren't they? Someone was walking around in Hill End, dropped the ring, and then 4.5 meters of surface fell on the top of it straight away.
It's amazing how all this earth and soil.
Oh, they do it all the time, man.
Dump itself on top of stuff.
Yeah, they do. And by the way, the first one that was found by Roz, right, at her place, was dug out 1.5 meters beneath the surface at Carrion, which is on the top of a hill, on the top of a plateau. There's no hill above it, but that was 1.5 meters beneath the surface. Now, this one was 4.5. This one here we're looking at there, that one was 1.5, another one's 4.5, and they both have exactly the same markings. And by the way, the third one in England, in Australia, was also cut, and it was cut on the circle again, halfway along. Both were cut in exactly the same position. Coincidence? I think not. Next one, please, Evan. Oh, number 2. I'm glad you brought that up. And that one is different. Oh, yeah, it's got the Clover Atlas thing on it. And I picked that out as being the best one. I got that wrong, didn't I?
You were wrong.
I was, and Leah will back this up. That particular ring caused me more grief than all the other rings put together and multiplied by 10.
Something like that. But it was the prettiest too.
It is the prettiest. It's the most correct. It's a really fine looking ring, and I wore it so often for basically months on end. And by the way, Tolkien was right. You wear the ring and you get a payback. I've been told that payback will last me for incarnations because of it. I wore that ring everywhere. I just figured I'm going to clean this
When
thing
you
up.
were told not to, when you were told not to,
Told me
you
time
did
after
it anyway.
time and said, don't wear it, don't wear it. And I said, no, I can fix it up. And he admitted,
Huh.
he did admit, Leah, that I had cleaned it marginally, and probably 1,000 years of wearing it, I might have cleaned it up. He did give me that credit, didn't he?
Accounts may differ. It was not quite
Okay.
like that.
We won't go into
But
too much
okay,
detail
we'll go
about
with
the fact that we move on with that quickly, if you don't mind. That one turns out that's the second one. And by the way, you're going to see the readout of all three of them. And it is interesting because I'm going to tell you now, the person who makes these rings and all the other rings is a chemist of an order of a level that virtually no chemist even today is. And by the way, we're going to go back 10, 20,000 years with these rings. And I'm going to show you stuff soon that nobody but a chemist of the highest order that understands metal would understand how to do this. So I'm sorry, Flint, we've got these things. Move on, please, Evan. Okay, next one, number 3. There's number 3.
Bit wonky.
A bit wonky. It's been bent quite a few times. It's been cut. You can see it's been smashed around, but you can see on it, you'll see the circle there with the lines, and you'll see the other bit. And by the way, if I hold this up now and I don't have it with me, and you don't put a light on it, you can't see any of it, can you, Evan? Yeah. It's dark black. We haven't got a picture of it in this dark form, have we, Evan? No. And when I actually bought this ring, and I did buy it, I was given money by, actually it was Peter Horton gave me the money for that one, didn't he? Yeah, when I bought that one, they told me if you take this into a dark room, it'll actually glow. How did the chemists do that? Where did they get that technique from? Now, there's the readout of the different rings. Now, we've got a picture in front of one of them. Can you move that? Oh, thank you. Right. Now, what you're going to see first up is I want you to look at the copper and zinc combined total. 99.53, 99.36, and 99.50. They're virtually identical. Now, is that a coincidence? But look at the copper and zinc maked up, and you'll see they're all different. I've got zinc at 25%, I've got zinc at 7%, I've got zinc at 17%. They come out the same. Coincidence, perhaps. Then we've got the nickel. They've all got nickel. But look at number 1 and number 3, which are identical with their symbols. Look at the amount of nickel there. Must be another coincidence, Evan. Yes. Then we've got iron, and you'll see the iron is around about the same again. 0.073, 0.092, and 0.107, round about the same. And then here's the interesting part, the lead. Now, the first one is pure orichalcum because it's got the lead. The second one does not. It's been replaced with gold. Well, that's interesting, and I'll tell you why, because that's the ring of just Atlas. And I can tell you in the temple of Cleito and Poseidon, in the central column is made of orichalcum. It runs up to gold on the top. And so what he's done, what I believe they've done, the chemist has done is, okay, this is about Atlas. I'll take the lead out, and the lead is the most variable component. You'll see that more as we go along. And they change, and notice the lead components. There are 0.276. The third one is 0.272, almost identical again. Don't forget they are the same ring. And the middle one is 0.289, nearly the same, but it's gold this time. So I believe the reason he put gold in there, because this is to do with Atlas, and his writings are on something that has gold on the top, and that's his way of signifying that. Now, the third one, notice the third one, the ring is on my finger. I've only worn it twice, and that's what it normally looks like. Notice the difference from the other ones? All that's happened this time is we didn't shine a light on it. We shone light on the other two. It didn't change, did it? That one it did. But that's what's interesting with that one is the 0.72 is not on the periodic table. Now, by the way, the machine that we use to analyze this is an electronic machine, and it's worth a lot of money, nearly $100,000. There's only 2 in Australia. It's the best there is. Now, that is the first part of the chemistry. Now, I'm trying to show you there's knowledge here that breaks what this gentleman, Mr. Dibble, I didn't say dribble, said. Can we now go to the next set of rings? Because we're not going to spend too much time because someone's already told me I've got to hurry. These rings come from what a lot of them come from a place, a very unusual place that most people haven't heard of called Angkor Wat. And these were actually, a lot of them were buried. All of them were buried. All the rings were buried. I've got to make this point deliberately, because when this Younger Dryas, when this major conflagration. Now, Graham thinks it's a comet. I believe it was Atlantis blowing up. Doesn't matter which one's right. It doesn't matter. This comes before that. Now, this ring here in particular has, I think it's got it's got 6 on it, hasn't it, Evan?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it. It's got 2 elephants, 2 pigs or sows, and 2 monkeys, right? And it's the first one. And it was bought by Roz, and there's a picture of it, and it's completely covered in that same brown material that was on the other ring, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, that's the first one. Then we've got a second one coming up. Okay, there it is. That's the one I was given. She bought that one for me. And I noticed there was right on the top there, you might see there was a little bit, and there's a bit there of that gold. Well, I started rubbing on the ring, didn't I, Evan? Yeah. And I kept rubbing on it. Could you please go to the one where I rubbed on it more? Oh, no, we're not going to see it. We'll see it later. Okay. Now, that one, by the way, looks identical. But you're going to find out later the chemistry of the two has got nothing in common with each other. Yet they look identical, which is very important. Keep going, please, Evan. We'll go through these quickly. There's number 3. And that particular ring is completely different than the other ones. But we'll keep going because you're going to find out their readout later. There's a crystal ring with a large crystal embedded inside it. That came from the same area again. Next one, please, Evan. Here is a statue that was found in Australia by a gentleman 65 years ago, and it was found in Sydney in some soil that was dumped onto a place where they're making a park. When he was 5, he saw that shining. We've got an analysis of that one. You're going to see that in a sec, and that doesn't look like a human, by the way. Next one.
Is that a monkey head creature with human hands?
Yeah, well, we don't know what it is, but that's not the point. It's about 8, it's 9 inches high. That was found in Australia too. A lot of these things have been found in Australia, not just Angkor Wat. Next one, please, mate. There's the readout, and that's the most important part of this. Let's look at number 1 and number 2, and you'll find that we've got about 86% copper and zinc. In the next one, it's 94. In the next one, it's 92. And in the last one, it's 97. Notice that varies a lot more. You've got 86, 95, 95, 97. You'll notice that the iron and in, say, number 2, it's got all of orichalcum plus tin. Number 3, it's got all of orichalcum plus tin. The statue has all of orichalcum plus tin. The Lemurian crystal ring, which is crystal, it's different. It's got some copper, a bit of iron, a bit of lead. The other ones are missing, and a massive amount of tin. Now, here's the interesting part of this. Let's look at number 1. Now, number 1 has a fairly high content of zinc, right? And that's a bit of an issue there. And they've added something in it. Can you see down the bottom, they've added titanium. Now, I think the reason they did that, it's got a high concentration of tin, but it's got a massive concentration of lead. See, lead varies the most, 8.678%. That will weaken the structure of the whole ring. So what did the chemists do? He put in titanium. When was titanium first used now? 1932. What was it used for? To harden 24-karat gold. What is it doing in a ring from Lemuria or from Angkor Wat, wherever you want to put it? What's it doing in there? Titanium, we discovered then, it is the best metal hardener on the planet. It hardens metal. How did they mine the titanium and put it in there? A big question that needs to be discussed in some detail. That sounds like chemistry. We didn't have chemistry before the Younger Dryas, did we? No. And we didn't even have this sort of chemistry until recently, did we?
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Flint, we've got a problem here. We look at the Lemurian ring number 2, and you'll notice that one is pure orichalcum, but it has tin. I believe that Lemuria always had tin in all of their rings for a very good reason. Look at number 3 and look at the content of tin in number 2 and number 3. It's identical. And then look at the combination of zinc and copper in number 2 and number 3 that are nothing like each other. 95.22 and 95.25. Coincidence? I doubt it. I really do doubt it. Now look at number 3 and look at the amount of zinc in that one, Evan. 35%.
That's a lot.
That's a weakener. Oh, what have we got down the bottom? Chromium, 0.717. Why did they put chromium in? I'll tell you why. Because the second hardest metal hardener on the planet outside titanium is chromium.
When did we start using chromium?
Well, we've used it for a while, but not in metal.
Right.
We've used it in paint and stuff like that, but not in metal. That's quite recent. Titanium, 1932, right? So that is starting. I'm just looking at the chemistry here and trying to work out. This is fact. This is not channeling. This is fact. And I'm looking at this and saying this doesn't add up properly. The Lemurian statue, which is pure arichalcum again, 97.5. But do you notice that in the first three ones from Atlantis, they use a combination of other elements that makes up 0.5%. And they use it like homeopathic drops. Not so much here. 8.78%. No. Lead no lead gets close to that there. The iron is much higher. All of it is much higher here. It's the same makeup, that a different chemist. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you might claim, oh, that's just a coincidence. The titanium fell in by mistake. The chromium fell in by mistake. But we have another ring, don't we, Evan? We're running out of time, so we're going to have to move along. It's that one. This is called the ring that David, Evan, and Del broke, because they all did. It came from Angkor Wat also, and it is so fragile that if you just breathe on it, it will break. It is incredibly fragile. It's a big ring, and both these rings, and I'll hold this one up now so you can see it. There is my finger inside it. There's my second finger inside it, and there's room for more. These are massive rings for people that are much bigger than us. Let's look at the breakdown of that one, please. Oh, there's one of the breaks. I think was that yours or Dell's break, that one?
I don't know.
No, that was Dell's. You didn't do that break. Okay. He did an earlier break. Anyway, here's the point. If we go back to the break for a sec, please, Dell. Evan, I want to just show them something. Can you see what's inside is not quite attached to what's on the outside? That's like a coat. Now, the inside one is about 41% iron, and I'll get to the other part in a sec. Okay, let's go to the actual makedown. This is what we've got. We've got silver, we've got platinum, we've got palladium, we've got rhodium, we've got ruthenium, we've got cadmium, we've got gallium, and we've got iron. Now, look at the numbers. The numbers add up to 58%.
What's the rest of it?
The rest of it wasn't recognized on the earthly periodic table. Now, remember when I showed you another ring from Atlantis, it was about 0.287 or something that wasn't identified, and people think, oh, that could be anything. This is 41%, mate. This is 41% not identified. The biggest metal there is not on the earthly periodic table. But gallium, cadmium, ruthenium, rhodium, and palladium were all discovered since 1802. They weren't known by us before then. So what are they doing inside here? Now, Graham didn't have this information. We do. But I could have pulled him apart with this ring, okay, because the ring is so fragile, right? It took 9.4 seconds to analyze, and it marks out every metal that's inside there. And the most important metal is not even the 41.8% that's not there, because someone can make up a story to say, oh, it's a metal that we haven't found, but it's still there. They could say that, couldn't they? You mean to say we've mined the planet senselessly and dug the whole bloody place up, but we haven't found this metal? You could get that right, but let's do the gallium. Most people don't know what gallium is, and I can tell you something now. You wouldn't, because you can't mine it. It's a byproduct. It's a byproduct of melting steel or aluminium at 3,000 to 4,000 degrees Celsius. Hang on. 3,000 to 4,000 degrees Celsius at Angkor Wat. That's not a fire. That ain't an oven. That's something that is not supposed to be there. Mr. Dibble, it can't be there, but it is. Now, what is gallium? It's a byproduct. And basically what you do is when you melt it, you get 0.1, 0.2%. This is 6.89. It's the third biggest metal in the whole damn thing. What's it doing in this ring? Cadmium. We put them in batteries to store stuff. These other ones, these other IUMs are used in electronic cells and in solar panels. What are they doing on a ring? What ring puts that as its makeup? And the answer is none, bar this one. So that tells me something really important. There's chemistry taking place in the ancient world. Remember where this was found? It was found in the Vietnam War by a soldier had a metal detector that was trailing around the grounds of Angkor Wat after the Americans had helped Cambodia by bombing it senselessly.
Oh,
And then he brought up that ring I'm holding now, and next to it, this ring. They were found alongside one another. And Roz bought them both from the same person who, after selling that, is gone off and they can't find them anymore. I think they've visited them and taken all the other stuff they've got, mate, and we'll never see it again because they're gone. I can tell you, sounds like a conspiracy. I don't know where I got that from. Oh, I must be making it up. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at that, you tell me this comes from an ignorant group of people that could only do Stone Age technology. That's what we're being told. Now, Graham says there were earlier civilizations, and he said they could have been up to 19th century level. Graham, no, titanium wasn't found until the 20th century. It's in one of the rings. It's not 19th century technology here. It's at least 20th century. But hang on for a sec. We've got 2 objects so far that have metal that's not even here.
Yep.
I think we've got a third one, haven't we?
We do.
We better get to that one just to make sure if anyone still doubts. We won't talk about that one today because that's actually both. It's both. Okay. We will talk about this one because we're running out of time. We're going to have to skip a few. This particular object was found at the Carry-On Glyphs, a site at the moment that the government is blowing up and making sure that it gets destroyed, but we won't talk about that today. And this one is different. No, not that one. We'll do those 2 and we'll have to stop. Okay. Go back to the other one. Don't give it away again. That's Evan's third error today.
Oh, come on.
Oh, dear. Right, back to this one. Graham Lancaster approached me. He saw that one day and said, I'd love to analyse it. I said, really? Now, only Minnie Mace found this at Carry-On. When she was at Carry-On, the spirits told her to pick up a clump of dirt, which is what this was. She took it home and she said, how long would it take her to clear it off? Half an hour, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. She took half an hour to get it out, and that's what was inside it, this piece of metal. Metal found in Australia. Mr. Dibble, we have another problem here. What's metal doing in Australia? But it is. But this metal we have a big problem with. Anyway, Graham didn't have that machine. He said he can analyse it, but he has to cut a bit off. I had to ask Auntie Minnie Mace for permission for that to happen, and she gave it. If you look very carefully, you'll see down the bottom there a clasp where it was actually sitting on a chain. And Auntie Minnie Mace's daughter wore it at a doof once, and it broke and fell off. But it actually was meant to be in a chain. It went around your neck. Anyway, it was analysed. And Graham Lancaster is the head scientist at a laboratory. And you might think, well, that doesn't mean much to me. Where is the laboratory placed, Evan?
In Southern Cross University.
How many people work for him? 138, don't
138,
they? Do you know any institutions in Australia where there's 138 scientists working in a commercial institution? This is the largest one. He pays Southern Cross Uni millions of dollars rent per year. That's why they love to have him there. But he's not an academic. And he's not locked into the story, is he? Mm-hmm. He was happy to do it. And he still asked me, why haven't they worked this out, what it means? This is what happened. The readout is as follows. 73% aluminium, because we thought it was aluminium. Mind you, they tried to cut it. They had to get the hardest drill they had to even cut it, and that took them a lot of time. This is aluminium with a difference. 3% copper, 24% not on the earthly periodic table. That's number 3. 3 different equations where it's not on the earthly periodic table. So what is it? Well, this is what he told me. He said, I don't know what it is. We tried different tests. We tried some sort of test with alkaloids and something else, which I didn't understand. I didn't know what he was talking about. We just can't identify that 24%. He said, but, he said, if you can, you will be a billionaire. I said, what do you mean, right? Oh, by the way, he doesn't mind me using his name. He don't care. He's not worried about what the academics think. I said, what are you talking about? He said, mate, that's stronger than cast iron steel. He said, and it's aluminium. He said, that would be worth billions. If you could make aluminium the hardest metal on the planet, there's no end to it. And he said, where did you get it from? I said, I told him the story. He said, oh, okay. Because he thought, well, maybe I could be involved in this. He was quite interested. couldn't be done. But here's the trick. We've had people tell us, what did they say it was?
A melted Coke can.
In a bushfire.
A Coca-Cola can.
Yeah, Coca-Cola can. And it's got that metal clasp on it because when it melts, that's what it melts into, so you can wear it. Yeah, it's a very good
Sorry.
trick.
Sorry. I feel what you just said there, a melted Coke can, that gave me a physiological reaction. This is what we are talking about, people. This is exactly what we're talking about.
Exactly.
You know, whenever they encounter inexplicable pieces of evidence that breaks the narrative, they come up with even more ridiculous things on how it got there, like even less believable than what this.
They always are, Leah. Every time they do this, particularly with us, they come up with the most ridiculous explanations, and they all stand around and nod their head in agreement.
Oh, yeah, we're scientists.
We'll go with that. But you know, the interesting part is, if it is a Coke can, let me share one other thing with the audience today about this Coke can. This Coke can was made over 3,000 years ago. Hang on. There was no Coke then, was there? There were no cans. Oh, hang on. We've got a problem here. How do we know it was made over 3,000 years ago? Very simple. And an archaeologist and a metallurgist won't disagree with this. It has a metallic signature to it. You see, I told you what was there. 73% aluminium, 3% copper. That's an alloy. Let's forget the other bit. It might have just mysteriously got there. Here's the trick with that. You can get aluminium alloys today with copper, and they always use between 10 to 12%. Do you want to know when they last used anywhere between, and it's very specific, isn't it? 2 to 4%. When was that last used? The last time it was used was 3,000 years ago. It's never been used since. So we know this had to be made at least, not before, but at least 3,000 years ago, and possibly much further. And we know it is much further. That means basically, because that's 3%, which is right in the middle of 2 to 4%, there is no alloy today that has 3% copper. So
I was about to say the same thing. If it is a Coke can, I suggest people maybe don't drink it. It's more unhealthy than I thought it was.
Yeah, well, the point is it's not a Coke can, and as Leah said, the responses they come up with are so ridiculous that sometimes you wonder, why do you have to respond to it? But we do, because we have to. So what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is the third example where we're going to go further than Graham will. Now, I want to make the point. Graham has made it very clear. He never talks about aliens, does he? Mind you, I'll give him credit. When he came to our country and he heard the stories about the seven sisters from the Pleiades and he talked to the elders, he acknowledged they may have come, but he keeps making the point. Some people say that anything that looks unusual was made by aliens, and we don't believe that either. And we're not supposed to. And in fact, Mesrith has told us these rings were made by humans with their assistance and guidance, but the essence within it, the magic that we hinted at today that we won't talk about a lot, they put that in. Okay? But he made it clear, Mesrith made it clear, yeah, you guys made it. Of course, though we would have had their guidance as well, but he's saying the same thing Graham is, but we're going to go further. Yeah, it's their bloody metal, for God's sake. I don't doubt for 1 second that whatever that metal is in that one is in the other one. I don't doubt it for 1 second. It's the same metal, and that metal is not from here. And by the way, Graham and the guy that did it, I know both of them, the guy that did the thing, and Graham oversaw it while it was taking place, have both mentioned this many times. As scientists, have they acknowledged this yet? And I've said the same thing. No, they won't even remember. They don't talk about our stuff. They don't even talk about it and write a paper about it to say it's wrong, because they can't. And what Leah was saying is they'd have to say stupid things like that. So they don't do it. Their approach here is smarter. They don't even acknowledge we exist. And therefore, they don't have to respond, because if they did respond, what are they going to say about this? This came from the biggest laboratory in the country by a guy that spends half his life doing marathons all around the world. He just wanders everywhere. I mean, I played tennis with him 2 weeks ago, and he's off to Portugal next week. He's not a punter walking around the street making up this came from a Coke can. He's the guy that begged me to look at this because he said there's something in this metal that's not right. And why would he know that? Because he's one of the top scientists in the country. His laboratories, all they do is analyze. They analyze soil, they analyze water. That's what they do, 130 of them. This one, he supervised himself. And then he introduced me to another academic about the skulls we've got, which we probably aren't going to get to talk to today.
No.
We aren't. In fact, we're going to have to stop at this because we had more. Yeah. We do have one rock. We should finish with the rock. Okay, because he talked about rocks, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he held up these craggy little rocks with a bit of a bang on it. Right. We can't even talk about that one. Yeah. Go to the rock.
Yeah, so there's just a few points to keep in
Okay,
mind
the
as we
mark
go
rock,
through it.
number one. There is an outer chert layer that's been melted onto a base, and we have hundreds of rocks that can prove this. Our elders, and that includes Kano, told us, and we know which state it's in, we know where it is roughly. There is a machine that was used to make these rocks. Notice that word machine?
Yeah.
That's very important. Our geologist professor confirmed this rock's uniqueness and anomalies. In fact, can I go further? He sent pictures of this rock to the Smithsonian Institute, and I've seen both their responses. Number one, they want the rock. Number two, there is no rock like this in the world. So that's the Smithsonian. And of course, old mate Mr. Dibble would back them, wouldn't he? Okay, what do we got? We're only going to show you one of hundreds of rocks that are found in Australia that break all the rules about rocks, which is what he used all the time, didn't he? He didn't hold this rock up. Okay, this rock has got, and we'll go through it very quickly. We're only going to do one. We've gone over. We're going to do an hour and a half. Look down the bottom. Can you see down the bottom? Have you got a little thing that can point at it?
No, I've got photos.
Yeah, it's coming up. Okay. That's an infill, which, by the way, our geologist who held this said this is the greatest mystery he's ever seen. Now, we have Dr. Derek Cunningham, who analysed all of the lines and put the degrees and markers on that, because we believe this is the first language and it's purely mathematical. Mr. Flynn, how are you going to deal with the word it's mathematical? Because Graham tried to talk about that, didn't he?
Yeah.
We want to back him up and show you. And by the way, can you do the other side of that, 33 degrees? Okay, now we're going to take you around the sides there. This is another side there. This is one side that's been cut into there. By the way, can you see the rock? Go back one. Can you see the rock underneath? Not the same, is it? It's completely different. And by the way, I've got a lot of proof about that. They melted the coats on. Go to the next one, please. There's the analysis on that side. And do you notice what angle is shown up the most there? 33 degrees. Guess where this rock was found, Evan? Carry on. What's the degree of latitude that Carry On sits on?
33 degrees.
Oh, what a coincidence. The Masons love that number. And this was found on 33 degrees when it was dug out. What a coincidence. Oh, by the way, that area where it was dug out is solely sandstone. And this rock is not sandstone. So it didn't come from that area.
Mind you, this rock got ignored a lot by academics before it got to us. She tried to take it to several universities.
And they just wouldn't talk about it.
They didn't want to talk to her about it at all.
She only found out about us one day, and there's the infill. And our professor said, my God, that was a hole, and they put in another material, which is not the same as a rock, stuck it in there, and it's been in there for over 10,000 years. Do you know a glue that can work for 10,000 years with a 10,000 year guarantee? Got one here. Next one, please. There's another infill there, and if you look very carefully up the top, that little metallic, thank you, that little metallic thing there, you take it out in the sun, and I've done that, and it shines, it's metal. That infill has a shard of metal inside it. What is that doing in Australia? We're not supposed to be any metal. Not only have I shown you rings found in Australia, I've shown you an original rock, right, that belongs to original people, and there you've got an infill with a piece of metal inside it. What's that doing there?
USB port cover.
Yeah, of course it is. Next one, please. Oh, and he made a big issue about this. This is called imprinting. Now, you notice how when you do a little cut there, you've cut into the base rock underneath. This was punched, and those 7 shapes were punched in and then pushed down. He said, man, that needs heat. That needs a massive amount of heat so you can push it down and not cut into the piece underneath. He said, the technology to make this, he said, has blown me away. Professor X, and by the way, he is a professor of geology, and I won't give the university because it gives away who he is, but I can tell you it's one of the biggest universities in New South Wales, in Australia. Next one, please, mate. Oh, no, we can't do it. We can't do it. We've got skulls there, which we would prove, and we're not doing this today, that the aliens were here. But we haven't got time for that because we have to finish up. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we've tried to show you very quickly, and we could have gone a lot further than that, is that when people talk about the fact that what Graham Hancock is on about is incorrect and unscientific, we've tried to give Graham some more evidence to back up his claim and to refute the claim of the other gentleman who's just saying what he's been taught and believes it implicitly. And we should not vilify him for saying those things. But as Graham said, they should not vilify him for contradicting them. Now, what we've done is we've given credence to everything that Graham has said. We will go further and say, Graham, you at one stage you're going to have to throw the aliens into this mix because it's not complete without it. I understand why he didn't want to do it, and I wouldn't criticize that because we were asked earlier on if we were going to do aliens, and what did we tell them? No, not touching it. So I certainly won't criticize for doing something that I said we wouldn't do. But my elders told me when I said that, you don't have a choice. You will be touching it. I remember the time saying, no, I won't. Well,
I don't want to.
So we went there reluctantly. I got to tell you this. I mean, the fact we're talking about Metre, who I know is real and is in contact with Leah, and we're going to do a series on that later on. And we're going to do another aspect of ancient civilization, but a different aspect. In that occasion, we're going to look at the Bible because that book had a lot to do with the civilizations we have today. I mean, all of colonialism is about them taking people who aren't Christians and Christianizing them. And that was the reason they did it. So we have to look at that too, but we'll do that later. But for now, what we've shown you is that Graham is correct. What we've also proved it. We've proved it. We went to the best machine in Australia and the best laboratory in Australia. And then people found things with metal detectors and brought them out of the ground in a country where there is supposed to be no metal whatsoever. But what have we found here? Time after time after time, we have found, and we didn't even talk about the other ring, which we know was found in Australia too. And we'll talk about that next time. That's another story, it really isn't it? And I prefer to do that separately. We'll do that in our next one around. But what we found here is evidence in rocks, in skulls, which we aren't going to do today, in different metal objects that should not be here, 2 rings that come from Atlantis, and another object that doesn't come from Atlantis. It does not come from Atlantis. It's not made from Orichalcum, is it? Something different again that's come from somewhere else, but I can tell you where it didn't fully come from. It didn't come from this planet. And what we've also shown you, around at Angkor Wat, there was a chemist of incredible knowledge that understood and used metals that we have only just discovered and used. And when Graham says 19th century, I disagree, Graham. I believe the technology we're talking about comes from the 28th century. It doesn't even come from here, from now today. We cannot use, we don't even know. We can't harden aluminium to be the hardest metal on the planet. We don't have the technology. We don't have the materials to do it. But we have an object that does it. We have objects where there's titanium and chromium in there that were never used until the 20th century. So no, not 19, Graham. It's the only point of difference we have. It's not 19. It's probably 29. So ladies and gentlemen, there is a scientific base behind Graham's work. And it proves Graham is correct, we are correct, and Mr. Dibble is not. But we're not vilifying Mr. Dibble, are we? We're not calling him a misogynist. We're not calling him a racist. We see him as a fairly decent person. I did find one thing he did a little bit annoying. His derisive laughter. He needs to get rid of that. Every time Graham said something he didn't like, he would laugh at it. And I think once Joe Rogan did pick him up on that, didn't he? I think that's the one thing you need to look at, mate. If you're hearing something you don't like, don't scoff at it and laugh at it because it puts the other person on the defensive. And you don't need to do that. Graham was begging that he be treated with respect. And when you laughed at him like that quite a few times, that was the one thing I found that you did that you shouldn't have done. That did not show respect to Graham. Graham was showing respect to him, disagreeing with him, and being angry with him for calling him racist. And I understand that because it made him emotional and it upset him. And I understand why that. And I forgive Graham for occasionally getting angry with him because of what was said to him about that. And he should have apologized. And what he sort of said was, I said it, but I don't want to talk about it. I'm afraid that's not quite an apology. But apart from that, what Graham said is correct. Sit down around the table. We're happy to sit around the table of any academic and discuss this with him and show us the evidence. But unfortunately, we're one step behind Graham. They do publicise his work, don't they?
Yep.
And writes things together. With us, we don't even get the publicity.
Anything you want to add, Leah?
No.
Okay. But
I
Leah,
suppose,
we'll be back.
yeah, absolutely. I suppose like everything I wanted to say about that, and yeah, you summarized it perfectly. And it's just I want to offer. I just want people to I want the point of this is for people to understand that there actually is a agenda to suppress people like the alternative archaeological side from mainstream archaeology. This is not a hysterical conspiracy, mumbo jumbo, whatever the mainstreamers call it these days. This is actually what is going on. This is a collaborative effort. Yes. And whether Dibble is purely ignorant of this suppression or willfully ignorant is irrelevant. The fact that he is not even considering perhaps, and like a scientist, and I can appreciate that archaeology is not quite a science, but he desperately, and like many archaeologists, are so desperate to ensure that it is a science or trying to validate it as being a science. Why is he actually not thinking like a scientist? That's my question.
That's a good one.
And yeah. And look, and as far as I understand it, Graham has never claimed to be an archaeologist. He
hasn't. He's claimed to be a journalist.
Not once. Yes.
And we don't claim to be. We don't claim to be archaeologists. We claim to be historians. Even though I've done 2 years of archaeology and I did my.
I did a major.
Yeah, we've done that, but we don't claim it. And what I'd like to do is I want to conclude this with a comment made by one of the people here that just put it up, and I thought it was a great comment.
Which one?
Jethro, could you put that up, please?
Okay, yeah.
I think that's a great comment. I like it. I think that's a great way. Thank you, Jethro. I was trying to say, how shall I sum this up? And I can't think of a better one than that. I think that's really a good comment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do now is we're going to stop now.
We're not going to stop. I'm going to bring up Alexander.
Yeah, so if you want to have a quick drink or something while Evan puts up Alexander, we're not going to have a break in between. And then after that, Leah and I are going to talk about Jesus. There's an underlying reason why I'm doing this. And one of them is because we're doing ancient civilizations and what frames it. And Christianity is part of that for sure. But Leah, Evan, and I know there's a separate reason, which we are not going to share with you, I'm afraid. We're keeping that to ourselves. But for now, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll just bring this video up and
I'm just going to
see these two very soon.
Yeah, we'll be back. And by the way, your rabbits are both productive.
Oh, yeah, it's not a ghost. I have rabbits that live in the house with me. So if you've seen the doors move.
He's going to eat them.
I'm vegetarian.
I'll eat them.
All right. We'll see you all again soon. I'll just get this video up.
Welcome everybody, my name is Aleksander Czeszkiewicz and I'm honored to be here with you today on the conference. I'm a Polish author and researcher, and today I will talk to you about lost civilizations and cyclical time. But I will do that within a slightly different perspective, because this conference is all about the heritage, our ancient ancestors, artifacts, and stuff like that. And it is very interesting because nowadays the mainstream science, the mainstream academia is to a large extent dismissing oral narratives, previous stories, ancient texts, etc. And we think to some extent, in my opinion, that we as a scientific community, as people who advanced so much in plenty of areas of our lives or technology, are to some extent superior to our ancient ancestors, and they and their stories are mere fairy tales, imagination, and records of some primitive people with primitive beliefs. And unfortunately, it is really damaging our entire knowledge about our distant past because we think that from now, from today, we can access those old memories.
All right, something's happened. I'll try that again. So sorry.
Czeszkiewicz, and I'm honored to be here with you today on the conference. I'm a Polish author and researcher, and today I will talk to you about lost civilizations and cyclical time. But I will do that within a slightly different perspective because this conference is all about the heritage, our ancient ancestors, artifacts, and stuff like that. And it is very interesting because nowadays the mainstream science, the mainstream academia is to a large extent dismissing oral narratives, previous stories, ancient texts, etc. And we think to some extent, in my opinion, that we as a scientific community, as people who advanced so much in plenty of areas of our lives or technology, are to some extent superior to our ancient ancestors, and they and their stories are mere fairy tales, imagination, and records of some primitive people with primitive beliefs. And unfortunately, it is really damaging our entire knowledge about our distant past because we think that from now, from today, we can access those old memories, those old eras and epochs, but unfortunately, and as I will show you in this presentation, we know only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to our past and when it comes to our history. So it will be a very, very interesting presentation. And a little bit about me. Wait, I want to check the slides. A little bit about me. I wrote my first book at the age of 17, and from a very young age, I was very interested not only in the history, but also, as you will see with this presentation, with the entire universe and with the workings of our reality. And that's why I was always a good student, to be sure. That's why I started because I've been interested so much in the stuff that was all around me. I've started questioning things. do we really know so much about our history? Do we really know so much about the universe around us, etc.? And that led me, as I mentioned, to writing my first book, Deja Vu Has Everything, already being just at the age of 17, and now continuing my research in plenty of areas, not only history, but also, as you see, cyclical times or more metaphysical, more universal stuff about our reality. And as I mentioned, the we as when it comes to science, we often dismiss all the texts, ancient stories of our ancestors, but the same people that wrote them built the pyramids of Giza, which were the highest building on earth up until the erection of the Eiffel Tower in the 19th century, or plenty of other incredible megaliths, monuments, and structures all around the world. So we have to ask ourselves, were our ancient ancestors really that primitive when they could achieve all of that with, we may say, a little bit of effortlessness compared to today, all of the effort, all of the machines, etc. So that is a point to think of and a point to consider. So the first question I asked myself after learning a ton about our history from the most distant eras up until nowadays was how old our history really is. And the scientific mainstream academic answer to that is that about 10,000 years before current era, there appeared first settlements, and this was a period also called Neolithic Revolution. Then, a long time after that, about 4,000 years BC, in ancient Sumer, first script appeared. Then first civilizations appeared about 3,500, 3,100 years BC, including not only ancient Sumer, but also at the same time ancient Egypt and ancient India. And of course, now we are in 2024 AD. So altogether, we see that our history is about only 12,000 years of everything that we know about, and the history is about only 6,000 years because we count history after the first script appeared. Before that, it was prehistory. So the most when it comes to the human history is only within the span of 12,000 years. And when we take a look at the DNA or at the archaeology, at the skeletons we find that according to DNA, human beings are about 200,000 years old, which is a huge difference to just 12,000 years of the known history. And when it comes to the skeletons we find older and older remnants that date back to even 300,000 to 400,000 years, which is a huge span of time. And here we talk not about the hominids, which were the previous species to us, but we here are talking about the Homo sapiens, anatomically modern humans, just as you and me, at the same level of capability, maybe with, of course, some minor differences, because, of course, all those years of evolution helped us and changed us a lot. But still, we are talking here about human beings in about 98% the same as you and me. And here we've got 200,000 years, and here we've got only 12,000 years of history. So when we look at the timeline, we see that we've got a huge gap of time, because we see first anatomically modern human 200,000 years BC, and then the first settlements, the so-called Neolithic Revolution, began about 10,000 years BC. Then we have another huge gap to about 3,000 years BC, with the rise of the first civilization from ancient Mesopotamia, the famous Sumerian civilization, ancient Egypt, and civilization of ancient India. So if we take a look at a simplified version, we see that we got tons of years of stagnancy, of no progress, of being simple hunter-gatherers, of being simple cavemen with no settlements, with no cities, no anything, up until 10,000 years BC. So we see 200,000 years of our existence, first settlements, first cities, first domestication of crops and animals, about 10,000 years BC. So about 95 to 96% of the entire of the entire existence of our species is, I can say, lost or is unknown. During that time, we have plenty of archaeological records, but what we have and what we have managed to discover is only primitive human beings, primitive, even not shelters, but primitive tools, flint tools, etc. So we've got lost history. We've got a huge span of time, most of the existence of us, of our species, that is completely lost to us. And I always imagined, is it really all to the history? Is it really the entire picture that we have when it comes to the history of human species, or could it be much more? Could, during this huge gap of time, during our most oldest prehistory, something happened? Could there be that, just as ancient Sumer appeared or ancient Egypt appeared, could there be that during this gap of time there were previous civilizations, maybe not as advanced as are today, but maybe just as advanced as the ancient civilizations, or maybe just as advanced as our medieval civilization when it comes to the Western culture? I was always asking those questions, and unfortunately, within the mainstream, and I was learning a ton of stuff, I couldn't find an answers to those questions. Scientific community was answering that nothing was actually happening. As I mentioned here, it were 190,000 years of stagnancy. And we know as human beings, we are constantly evolving. We, even as as biological, when it comes to our biological level, we want to explore, expand, and even when it comes to our nature, we want more, which is not always good, of course, but our nature is that we want more, we are evolving, and we are constantly growing. So it was very suspicious to me that nothing happened during that huge gap of time. So now the question arises, could there be some lost history, some unknown to the mainstream scholars period during our history, during which something happened, but from which period we haven't found any evidence yet? Just as in the famous Plato's Atlantis, lost civilization, maybe we haven't discovered the exact Atlantis yet, but the lack of evidence isn't the evidence for absence. Because we haven't found something yet doesn't mean that it didn't exist, as plenty of skeptics and mainstream scholars would like to suggest. So this will be all about lost history, and later we will also come to the nature of time, to the nature of actually the cyclical time. And as I mentioned, we do not know much about our history, because if we knew a lot, our picture would be much broader. We would know much more details about those very, very distant epochs. And we shouldn't be surprised, actually, because let's take a look at our modern civilization. How many years it would last for all of the modern civilization to disappear if, for instance, humans disappeared right now? Maybe there was some epidemic or something, or some catastrophe. What would happen? And we know very well that our modern materials aren't very durable, and plenty of things is even degrading when it comes to our lifetimes. So now let's go to lost history. And as I mentioned, I couldn't find any answers to my questions about what really happened during our most distant prehistory and what was before the first civilizations. And I couldn't find the answers within the academic community. So I started searching, as this conference is all about, in ancient heritage, ancient texts, ancient knowledge, tales, legends, and other stuff like that. So I asked myself, I switched my research from what we know, what archaeologists know, what historians know, what Egyptologists know, to another question. What did our ancient ancestors say? What were they saying about themselves, what they were saying about their civilizations, and what they were saying about all this history? And it is interesting because, of course, they lived closer to those distant periods of our history than we are now. So maybe within their culture, within their tradition, there is some actual knowledge and actual wisdom to be found. So I started searching. And the first civilizations when it comes to the mainstream academia are, of course, ancient Sumer, ancient Egypt, and ancient India. As I mentioned, they all appeared during about the same time, about 3,500 to 3,100 years before current era, so a little bit more than 5,000 years ago. And as I mentioned, they were probably more close to those very distant times of prehistory if they lived 5,000 years ago. So I wanted to find out what ancient Sumerians, ancient Egyptian, and ancient Indians were talking when it comes to our history, how they were explaining our history, how they were explaining their origins. And I found out that not one, not two, but all of those first civilizations, first considered by modern mainstream archaeology and science, all of them considered themselves either not to be the first civilizations, not to be the first cultures, but to be the descendants of someone older, of some previous civilization, or in many cases, maybe not to be the descendants of some previous civilizations, but to be much older than the mainstream history is suggesting. Because as I mentioned, all of those civilizations appeared about 3,500, 3,100 years BC. But as we see, for instance, in ancient Sumer, we've got this famous Sumerian list of kings going back to about 200 to 4,000. 400,000 years back, which, of course, according to the mainstream, are just fairy tales, just imagination of our ancestors. But we've seen that even according to a conservative genetic point of view, anatomically modern humans existed for about 200,000 years, and we find more and more evidence, more and more skeletons for even human remains of 300 to 400,000 years ago. So this list of kings telling us that some kings ruled about 200 to 400,000 years ago, those mentions aren't contradictory with the evidence we have about the human origins. They are all good. And another question is, were those kings even humans, or maybe they were something more? And those lists of kings, of course, often mention demigods or gods or some divine beings. So it may also be that these were not human beings. But even if they were, those dates of 200 to 400,000 years ago are still within the mainstream knowledge of the origins of humanity. In Sumer, in ancient Mesopotamia, we've got also stories of the seven sages, for instance, helping build new cities after the Great Flood, because the famous biblical story of the Noah and the Great Flood actually has its origins in ancient Sumer. And I think that if I have enough time, I will come back to the question of the flood, of the catastrophes later in the presentation. But it is worth mentioning now that those ancient texts, which are one of the oldest texts known to humanity, are telling us of a much older history, are telling us of some catastrophic event and of some people who restarted or rebuilt civilization anew. And there are also later legends. For instance, from Babylon, there was a Babylonian priest called Berossus who mentioned that he found in the Babylon library some tablets from about 150,000 years, which is still within the time frames of the known human origins. Because if we take a look at this actual timeline of the human existence, of the human evolution, if some tablets existed from about 150,000 years before current era, it would be still about 50,000 years after first anatomically modern humans appeared. So it still be within the known time frames, within the known scientific paradigm. Now let's go to Egypt. Egypt is a little bit later to ancient Sumer, but still about the same time and still considered to be one of the first civilizations. And in Egypt, actually, we've got plenty of different of lists of kings mentioning also an older history. It is a similar thing to ancient Sumer, because in ancient Sumer, I mentioned the list of kings going back 2,400,000 years ago. And these are lists of different kings, of different dynasties, of different, like genetical lineage of rulers ruling a particular region. It was ancient Sumer, ancient Mesopotamia. Now we've got Egypt, and the same situation appears here. We've got different lists of kings shown as different rulers. And it is interesting because when it comes to those list of kings, they mention that the history of ancient Egypt is about 36,000 years older than the current chronology accepts. So about, let's say, 39,000 years BC, 36,000 years before the creation of ancient Egypt, which is still within the time frames of the human evolution, and which is not that extreme point of view when it comes to the existence of humanity, which is, in my opinion, very plausible to be the actual truth. And when it comes to those lists of kings, it is another interesting thing because in the Sumerian kings list, we've got a few different versions of about the same list of kings, but in the Egyptian artifacts, we find actually plenty of different lists of kings, but they are in about 70 to even 90% accurate within each other. And most of them actually are 1,000 years apart, because the first one, the Palermo stone, was actually from about 2300 years BC. So a little bit after the emergence of the ancient Egyptian state, a little bit after the mainstream date, for instance, for the building of the pyramids. And then the next list of kings, the Turin's kings list, comes 1,000 years later. And all of those lists, and there's also another 1,000-year gap to the Manetho's kings list. All of those three lists of kings, which are 1,000 years apart from each other, are telling us about the same chronological rulers, about the same chronological set of different rulers. And interestingly, in about 70%, they are also the same when it comes to the mainstream Egyptological knowledge about the different dynasties, the different kings, the different rulers of ancient Egypt, which is very interesting because, as I mentioned, they are in about 70% correct when it comes to our modern knowledge about ancient Egypt, and at the same time they are telling us of an older history. And it looks like Egyptology was cutting off every ruler before the first accepted ruler called Nemes or Narmer, who united Upper and Lower Egypt. And after the first pharaoh, those lists are consistent within each other and also consistent with modern Egyptology. And it looks like Egyptology cuts off everyone before Narmer Menes and cuts off all of those 36,000 years before, because Egyptology thinks that these are just legendary rulers. They are often mentioned to be even followers of some god, like followers of Horus, or being some beings of divine nature, some maybe gods in some cases, but also demigods. So it is very interesting because those texts are very ancient, are from different eras, are completely, I would say, isolated from each other because there are 1,000-year-old gaps between them. They are very consistent with modern Egyptology, but still they are telling us of an older history, which is, of course, not accepted by the mainstream media because we do not have much evidence for those very, very ancient, very, very prehistorical roots of civilization. And also when it comes to Egypt, and I will come to that later when I will be analyzing the tale of Atlantis, there is mythology involving a previous home, a lost land, a lost island, which is similar to the lost island of Atlantis, but I will analyze it very deeply a little bit later. But for now, let's move to India. Again, there are plenty of different ancient texts on previous civilizations, of previous history of ancient Indian continent, and history here goes back at least 30,000 years, according to some calculations, because there aren't many exact dates in ancient Hindu texts. There are in because ancient India is actually multicultural. Of course, there are different. There are Dravidians, there are Tamil nation, there are of course Hindu, etc. So some texts have exact dates, which are in some cases even consistent with Plato's Atlantis, but some other do not have the dates but have astronomical calendar. they have mentions of some astronomical phenomena, and some interpreters of Sanskrit texts take the roots of those astronomical phenomena back to about 30,000 years, which is similar to ancient Egypt and similar to ancient Sumer. But when it comes to the Hindu thought, like generalizing it, according to it, human beings existed for millions of years, not just a few hundred thousands of years. But ancient Hindu texts are very psychic. They mention psychic abilities, they mention another planes like the astral planes. So who knows if those human beings existed for millions of years, were maybe not physical flesh and blood beings, but were some like previous kinds or non-physical beings we do not know. But still, it is very interesting that all of the first civilizations considered by mainstream scholars mention that they are much older. And of course, as I mentioned, they were much closer to that mysterious gap in our prehistory than we are. So maybe we should at least take a look at what they are telling and not dismiss them completely and say that these are just legends, fairy tales, etc. And as we see here is our timeline, and we see that Egypt, India is very close to the Neolithic Revolution and is very close to today, looking at the entire existence of humanity. And ancient Mesopotamia is a little bit older, but still almost everything is within the time span of anatomically modern humans like you and I. And now the question of Atlantis, because Atlantis is actually not only the most detailed, but also the most famous tale or ancient mention of some civilization, of some culture that existed before the known first civilizations that I just mentioned. So it is very important to analyze the story of Atlantis and show connections with those other cultures that I mentioned, with those other ancient texts, with those other sources, because Atlantis is much more than just a tale of a lost civilization, maybe a mythical tale of some ideal state that existed very, very long ago. So, Atlantis, the first mention of Atlantis, according to mainstream, is in Plato's dialogue of the Plato, Greek philosopher living about 360 years before current era, Timaeus and Critias. And here are some facts that these are very late dialogues of Plato, his actually last dialogues. And after that, there are no dialogues of Plato. Also, there's Timaeus and Critias, and actually, Timaeus is a little bit about cosmology, about not only the lost civilization of Atlantis, but also what was before that, even before the Earth, how the universe appeared, etc. And also another thing is that in those dialogues, there's a mention of war of Athens against Atlantis, of Athenians against Atlanteans. And why I mention all of those facts, I mention them because the two last, all of the cosmological stuff when it comes to those dialogues and the mention of Athens against Atlantis are the biggest arguments of the skeptics that are against any validity of Atlantis, that think that Atlantis is truly fictional, because they mention that, it isn't only a tale of our history, but also about cosmology. There are mentions of gods, etc. So maybe if these are according to our, of course, current view, according to our current paradigm, these are, of course, fictional, because all divine gods, etc. is fiction. All of the metaphysics beyond physics is fictional. And because we've got mention of Athens against Atlantis, and Athens weren't existing, probably at least, during those very distant eras as Atlantis, these are the two main arguments of the skeptics against the factual evidence, the factual mention of Atlantis. So these are the facts. Timaeus and Critias, two last dialogues of Plato mentioning the Atlantis. And here are Plato's statements about Atlantis. What Plato in his dialogues is clearly stating about Atlantis. He mentions that it isn't his story of Atlantis, Plato's story, but it was actually a story not only of, I here mentioned Solon, but it was a story that Solon, during his visits to Egyptian city of Sais, heard at their temple in the city of Sais from some priests at this temple. So it was Solon. Solon, a very, very important Greek lawmaker. Before Plato went to Egypt to his voyages, he went to Sais, which is one of the oldest cities of ancient Egypt, and then and at Sais, priests told Solon the story of Atlantis. They mentioned that about 9,000 years before his visitation, before Solon, there existed Atlantis, some lost island, lost civilization before any known nation. They mentioned that it was beyond the Hercules Pillars, which is the modern day Gibraltar, and we will come back to the geography a little bit later. It was of a size of a Libya and Asia Minor put together, so it was a large island but not an entire continent, and that it was an island with a hill at the center and then concentric rings. And these are just statements of Plato. Even Plato is mentioning that it was Solon, and it was not his story, his imagination, but Solon heard the story of Atlantis at the Egyptian city of Sais, which, as we will see in a moment, may be the very true behind the story of Atlantis. So if Plato is telling us all of that with all of the details, why are we thinking again, like the mainstream skeptics, that the story of Atlantis is pure imagination of Plato? If even Plato is telling us that it is not his story, but it was story from ancient Egyptians who mentioned that when Solon was visiting them. So now, as I mentioned, the fact that there is cosmology and mythology at the beginning, especially at the beginning of Timaeus, and we'll take a look at the skeptics in a moment, that it was Solon at the Egyptian city of Sais who heard that legend, that it was about 9,000 years before that, and that the location was beyond the Hercules Pillars, beyond the Gibraltar, so actually beyond the Mediterranean Sea, so somewhere on the Atlantic Ocean. And now, what skeptics are saying? Skeptics are saying that sure, the cosmology and mythology is there, therefore, most probably, the entire dialogue is pure fiction because cosmology and mythology is, of course, only primitive beliefs of our ancient ancestors. They are telling that Solon visiting Egyptian city of Sais is pure Plato's imagination, so it isn't a fact actually. They are telling us that 9,000 years before Solon is most probably impossible, so maybe 900. There are plenty of theories within the academic community about what Plato was telling us. So maybe they say, maybe if we, maybe if we get a 1 0 less, maybe 900 years before the story, before maybe Solon, there was some catastrophe on the Mediterranean Sea, etc. And they are telling us that beyond the Hercules Pillars, beyond the Gibraltar, is either mythological, so completely false, fable, imagination, or it was still within the Mediterranean Sea, and Plato's mention of Gibraltar, of Hercules Pillars, is mentioning something different than Gibraltar, actually. And as we will see, the truth will be that yes, the cosmology and mythology may be the biggest falsehood or some imagination of that, but all of the others, Solon visiting the Egyptian city of Sais, Atlantis being 9,000 years before Solon, and it being beyond the Hercules Pillars, beyond the Gibraltar, so beyond the Mediterranean Sea, these are most probably facts, and I will show that now. And I will start with Solon's voyages because, as I mentioned, it was Solon who went to Egypt. Actually, Solon was a Greek lawmaker, and he went to Egypt, and in Egypt he heard the story of Atlantis. And we've got two historians, Herodotus and Plutarch, who both are telling us that Solon visited Egypt. And Herodotus is saying in his book 2 of Histories, circa 450 years BC, so 100 years before Plato, he's telling us that 10 years after Solon gave laws to Athens, because he was like the first person of laws, the first person of democracy, he actually abolished plenty of oligarchs at that time. 10 years after giving the laws to Athens, he went for many years to voyages. He mentions that he visited Egypt in order not to experience the consequences of giving a law, which is actually a very probable theory, a very probable statement that, Solon gave law to Athens, he demolished some oligarchs, so maybe people from Athens, especially those elites, those oligarchs, weren't happy with Solon, who was, taking away their power. So that's why Solon went to his voyages, because what should he do in Athens, in which there were plenty of elites who were trying maybe even to kill him. And then we've got another historian, Plutarch, who is only mentioning in these voyages of Solon in a short excerpt, but he's mentioning that Solon went to Egypt, and even mainstream academics are saying that this short excerpt from Plutarch is a very confident statement, that Plutarch truly thought that Solon visited Egypt and went to his voyages. So we've got plenty of evidence that Solon most probably went to Egypt, went to his journey, and probably visited ancient Egyptian cities, maybe even the mentioned size. So why are we not thinking that the story of Atlantis may truly be the account that Solon heard during his voyages? It is, as we see, very probable, and as we see, it is very probable that Solon truly visited ancient Egypt. The next one is Atlantis in ancient Egypt, because Solon heard the story of Atlantis in ancient Egypt, and plenty of different texts and plenty of different legends from ancient Egypt are very similar to the story of Atlantis that Solon heard at the city of Sais according to Plato. So if Solon really went to Egypt, if plenty of Egyptian stories and legends are telling us of a similar thing to the actual Atlantis, why are we still thinking, when it comes to the mainstream, that Atlantis was imagination of Plato, was a fable, a story, a legend of Plato, who imagined it, who just, imagined it? As we see, it is a very, in my opinion, it is a very strange opinion to have, that we have all of the evidence that we are analyzing now, and we are still thinking, if Solon went actually to Egypt, and if ancient Egyptian stories are telling us of a similar thing to Atlantis, why are we still thinking that Atlantis story is pure fiction? And as we see, we've got, for instance, the mentioned previously by me lists of kings who are mentioning mythological rulers similar to Plato, because I mentioned that before the story of Atlantis, Plato is mentioning the cosmology, how the universe appeared, and he is mentioning that gods divided the earth, and the god Poseidon was the actual ruler of the part of the earth in which the Atlantis existed, in which the island of Atlantis existed. And in those lists of kings, we see similar stuff, because then Plato is telling us that Poseidon married a woman called Cleito, and they had plenty of kids, and those kids of them became the rulers of Atlantis, and they divided the Atlantis into 10 parts, which is very similar to those mentions from the list of kings of mythological rulers, and they also mention similar things. As I mentioned before, the history here goes more than 30,000 years before current era, and Plato's Atlantis goes 9,000 years before Solon, which is still beyond any known civilization to archaeology. So it is very probable that such a tale actually existed in Egypt before Plato, if those stories also tell us of an older history than the mainstream is suggesting. And as I mentioned, rulers as dynastic lineage, just as Plato is telling us that there were different lineages of rulers in Atlantis, those lists of kings are telling us of a similar thing. Then we've got the Edfu texts, which are unfortunately from the times after Plato, but even according to many Egyptologists, those texts are renditions of the oldest of the known Egyptian history legends. Even according to Egyptologists, these texts are rendering the oldest beliefs of ancient Egyptians, and those Edfu texts are telling us about the island of gods, which were later destructed, which is similar to the Atlantis, that was an island that started with god Poseidon and then had some different lineages of rulers, and it was destroyed, just as Plato's Atlantis was destroyed in Plato's dialogues. And there's a mention in Edfu text that after its destruction, there was a field of reeds. So imagine there was some island somewhere of some gods, prehistorical beings, maybe prehistorical humans, and after it sank, maybe it didn't sink completely, maybe some stuff from this civilization started floating, just as, after some cataclysm involving a wooden ship, some parts of that wood are floating on the actual water. So that there's a mention in the Edfu text that after the destruction, this island became a field of reeds. So it was still visible. It is not completely underwater, but there was something above the water also. Some maybe reeds, but something was there. And Plato is telling us the same thing, that even at his times, the part of land in which Atlantis previously existed was not sailable. You couldn't sail through it with a ship because there was plenty of mud and plenty of different things, which is similar to the mention that after the destruction of the primeval island of gods in the Edfu text, there was a field of reeds. There was something still. It didn't completely sink. It was completely destroyed, but some parts were floating above the water. And it is similar to Atlantis when it comes also that it was an island, that it had some concentric rings, and that it also was divided into many parts. And it is also similar with the pyramids. And why the pyramids? Because Plato is mentioning that there was a primeval hill at the center of Atlantis, primeval hill at which later there was being constructed the temple of Poseidon. And the pyramids, according to ancient Egyptian lore, were symbolizing this primeval mount of the gods. This primeval mount because according to ancient Egyptian mythology, there were waters everywhere, and the primeval mount was like the first island, like some mount happened to, came out of water. Maybe, the water level went down. There was the primeval mount, and later every pyramid, and especially the top of the pyramid called the Benben stone, was symbolizing this primeval mount from the Egyptian mythology, which is also mentioned at the Edfu text. And that's why there is a connection between Atlantis and pyramids, because just as Plato is mentioning that at the center of Atlantis there was a hill, and at the top of the hill there was some kind of temple of Poseidon, the pyramids were also mentioning this primeval mound. And other is that the Egyptian, as I mentioned, city of Sais is one of the oldest cities of ancient Egypt, and also that Plato in his other dialogue called Phaedrus is, for instance, describing the Egyptian god of wisdom Thoth with all of the lore that we know from ancient Egypt. So in other dialogue, Phaedrus, Plato is actually telling us the true story from ancient Egypt. So why in his dialogues about Atlantis, the Timaeus and Critias, wasn't he describing the true story that Solon heard at ancient Egypt? It is, as we see, all very probable. And here we've got a mention I will quote to you from Timaeus and Critias, from Plato's dialogues, about Atlantis. He mentions that Atlantis was a great power which arrogantly advanced from its base in the Atlantic Ocean to attack the cities of Europe and Asia. For in those days the Atlantic was navigable. There was an island opposite this strait which you call, so you say, the Pillars of Heracles, an island larger than Libya and Asia combined. From its travelers could in those days reach other islands, and from them the whole opposite continent which surrounds what can truly be called the ocean. And why this is important? Because it clearly demonstrates to us the geography, the exact location of Atlantis. And it is also important because plenty of skeptics are dismissing those facts that Atlantis existed beyond the Hercules pillars, that Atlantis was somewhere on the Atlantic Ocean, etc. But if we take a look at this excerpt from Plato's dialogues, we have some facts which we can show on the actual map. Here is the map of the entire world. Greece is a small circle around there, and the Gibraltar is, of course, the Hercules pillars, is a strait connecting the Mediterranean Sea, which was, of course, known to the Greeks and the Egyptians and the Romans, with the bigger ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. And if we take a look from the Platonic perspective, if Plato was sailing, or any ancient Greek or Egyptian was sailing from the Mediterranean Sea, was trying to escape the Mediterranean Sea, he would come to the final Gibraltar, the Hercules Spiral, the Strait of the Gibraltar, which would then connect this strait with the ocean. There was a mention of Atlantic Ocean, and as we see, the statement of Plato that Atlantis existed beyond the Hercules pillars, and there was the ocean, and also, as we'll see in a moment, that there was a continent that surrounded it. All of that is geographically true. So Plato knew a lot about geography, about that there was an, of course, ocean beyond the Hercules pillars, but also that there was a continent that surrounds it, which is nothing else than the Americas. You cannot see here because it a little bit cropped my presentation, but if we take a look at the Americas, this ocean is of course the Atlantic Ocean, North America, South America, of course the Mesoamerica between those Americas, and the Greenland all surrounds the ocean, all surrounds the Atlantic, and we see from right and from left, we only have two small parts to sail through, and mostly Americas surround the ocean. So Plato knew very well that Atlantic was surrounded by the continent, so he most probably also knew about the existence of Americas. So from this description, we see that Atlantis was somewhere within this ocean. Maybe it was just very closely to the Pillars of Hercules. Maybe it was somewhere nearby there, or maybe it was even beyond that. But we see that geographically speaking, Plato's description of Atlantis is very consistent with modern geography, with what we know about the modern world. And also it is worth mentioning Atlantis before Plato, because for instance, Hellanicus, 100 years before Plato in 460 years BC, mentioned the word Atlantis, which is the same in ancient Greek as in English. It is Atlantis. And he mentioned that within just an excerpt from his poem, which unfortunately only survived in a few fragments, but he mentions Atlantis, the same word that Plato used for the lost civilization of Atlantis, and he mentioned that within the context of those previous rulers, the god Poseidon, which is very similar to the actual cosmological story of Plato. So as we see, Atlantis actually existed before Plato. And also we had the festival of the victory of Athens over Atlantis that actually existed before Plato. So if Plato imagined the story of Atlantis as skeptics suggest, he not only used ancient Egyptian mythology to do that, he used also the name Atlantis that existed in ancient Greece before him. So he used plenty of facts. So maybe after all, in Plato's dialogues, Timaeus and Critias about the Atlantis, there are some facts. Maybe, of course, I do not say that 100% of Plato's dialogues are true, but maybe some parts, or maybe even a larger part, is truth than fiction, because as we see, it is geographically correct. If there was Atlantis before Plato, Solon's voyages were real, and ancient Egyptian mythology is consistent with what Solon was to be told at the ancient Egyptian city of Sais. So there is much more associated with the story of Atlantis, and many of the arguments of the skeptics do not hold water simply. And now, I also mentioned in my book, but I will focus in a moment on other topics. I also mentioned that it is not only Greece and Egypt that mention stuff similar to Atlantis. We've got similar mentions in India. For instance, in one of the oldest epics and oldest ancient texts known to the world, the Mahabharata, there is mention of some kind of water tomb located in the Western Ocean. And if we take a look at India, the furthermost right circle, the Western Ocean would be nothing more than, again, Atlantic, just as in the Plato story. In Mahabharata, there is a mention of Atala, which is similar. Atala, Atlantis, almost the same name, and it is mentioned that it was a watery tomb. And watery tomb may mean that, it is underwater, watery tomb. So maybe just as Atlantis sank beneath the ocean, so maybe the same was with Atala. And On the left-hand side, I have a huge circle within the Mesoamerica because, for instance, Aztecs were telling us that they came from the previous land called Aztlan or Atitlan. Again, Aztlan, Atitlan, Atlantis, which are all very, very similar names to the actual Atlantis. And in my book, Deja Vu Has Everything Already Been, I will later show you on the slide, I mention even more similarities between names of lost civilizations from all over the world, which are similar in description and in name and in plenty of other aspects to the story of Atlantis. And another thing, I mentioned Mesoamerica, I mentioned Aztecs. On the left is the like sketch of Atlantis, that there was in the middle there was some mount and there were concentric rings, and this was this island, this civilization. And on the right hand side we've got Tenochtitlan, which was the one of actually it was the capital city of the Aztecs. This was huge, and this is a sketched from previous conquistadors who first visited the city. And interestingly, we see that again, just as in Atlantis, we have this primeval mound as in the Egyptian stories and concentric rings beyond that. In the Tenochtitlan, we've got a middle island on which we've got, again, a mound, a Templo Mayor, because when we think of the pyramids, we think of the Egyptian pyramids, which are, just huge pyramids, just huge cones. But when it comes to the Mayan or Aztec pyramids or any other pyramids from this area, these are more like a hill from stone and a temple or a chapel at the tip of this artificial mount or this artificial hill. And the same was with the Tenochtitlan, that there was a main island with Templo Mayor, Grand Temple, which was more like an artificial hill with a temple at the top than the actual pyramid, which was the same with the Atlantis, that there was at the middle a hill, and at the tip of the hill there was a temple of Poseidon. And we see that Tenochtitlan was actually located on the Lake Texcoco, so on water, and Tenochtitlan, beyond this main island with the temple with the hill, had plenty of other smaller islands connected by bridges, which is very similar to the entire structure of Atlantis. But it isn't that Tenochtitlan is the actual Atlantis, that Tenochtitlan was the actual Atlantis. It is more about the stories of the builders of Tenochtitlan, who mentions that they built the Tenochtitlan as a pride for the previous land of the mentioned Aztlan Atitlan. So Tenochtitlan wasn't the Atlantis, but was actually structured over their previous land, Aztlan Atitlan. So we may say Atlantis, Aztlan Atitlan, the same names and the same structure, that there was the primeval island on which there was a hill with a chapel or with a temple, and beyond that there were plenty of different islands. So we have here a clear fact connection that most probably Atlantis and Aztlan Atitlan are the same memories of that lost island, of that lost nation. And as we see from, this is the previous graph, the Atlantis, Plato mentioned Atlantis about 9,000 years before Solon, so 9,600 years BC, is within those time frames of ancient Egypt and ancient India, and a little bit more modern two dimensions from ancient Mesopotamia, but still all within the time frames of human existence. So maybe Atlantis really existed, who knows? Another fact is that I mentioned here 10,000 years BC was the beginning of the Neolithic Revolution. Before that, according to mainstream, humans were simply hunter-gatherers. The Neolithic Revolution is a moment in our history that we switched from being hunter-gatherers, from hunting animals and gathering food, gathering berries and stuff like that, to a sedentary lifestyle of agriculture, of crops, of harvesting, and of domestication of animals. This is the beginning of that. So it is a very crucial point in our history. And it is interesting because why is that? Why before that we did not find any shelters or any cities or any settlements? It is mostly because it was the end of the last ice age. The end of the last ice age happened about the same time that the Atlantis sank, about 9,600 years BC, and about the time that the Neolithic Revolution happened. So we see here a clear picture that here from this is one of the older maps, but we see the white on this map of the world are glacials. We see that only the middle stripe of the earth was actually habitable because the white land above and the white land below were pure ice, were only ice, nothing more. So they were not hospitable for human beings or any other creatures that we know. That's why during the last ice age we had such creatures as woolly mammoths, mastodons, etc., because there was a different climate back then. And also that's why probably we do not find any settlement or anything in those zones that were covered by ice. We only find primitive hunter-gatherers. We only find also primitive hunter-gatherers in other regions. And it may be that the end of the last ice age, so the last ice age was finishing, so the glaciers were intensely melting and the water levels were rising rapidly. It led not only to the sinking of Plato's Atlantis, but it also led to the switch from hunter-gatherers to the actual settlements, because the climate was more hospitable for actual settlements. And before that, because climate was the ice age, we needed to be hunter-gatherers because we needed to be nomads. We needed to move a lot because we couldn't find a single place to live, because during the ice age it was very, very cold, and we couldn't at one place have enough food and resources to live by. We needed to go from one place, kill all the animals, gather all the resources, and go to another place, because there was the last ice age. And as we see, the events of the sinking of Atlantis and the beginning of the Neolithic Revolution are during about the same time. And it may be, as I mentioned before, according to the ancient Mesopotamian stories, some seven sages from before the flood, before the civilization, actually were rebuilding civilization. So maybe the Neolithic Revolution was not the first switch from the nomadic lifestyle to the sedentary lifestyle, but maybe it was like making the civilization again, rebuilding the civilization, just as in plenty of the stories from all around the world. I mentioned it a lot in my book. I will show you at the end. So it was the end of the last ice age, and I think it is not a coincidence that a story of an island that sank at the same time during which there were rises in the sea levels because of the end of the last ice age. It's another fact that may be corroborating to the factual statements from the story of Atlantis. And now I will drink, and we'll come to a very important subject, which is also a subject of my book Deja Vu Has Everything Already Been, which is time, and why it is important and why there are different understandings of time. Because nowadays, this is a graph of time, that there's a constant progress. As I mentioned, before anatomically modern humans, there were hominids, so more primitive beings. Then they evolved into us, into humans. Then we were evolving from, as I mentioned, nomads, hunter-gatherers, into first settlements. From first settlements, we evolved into first cities, then first civilizations, and then we were evolving up until nowadays. And if we see it like that, it seems like it is a constant progress, constant evolution. Maybe even when it comes to the latest technological revolution, it looks like this. It is even more steep. It is even more progress than everything. Before that, there was also progress, but now it is even going faster and faster. So it's another question, why, if progress is going faster and faster, nothing was happening during this huge gap at the beginning, which I mentioned, of 200,000 years. And this is the view now. The commonly accepted, I think, common like knowledge to us, we think of time most of the times we think of times as progress during even our day-to-day lives. But this is our vision of time, and this is the vision from the Middle Ages, which is completely reverse. We see that we have point down below, and we evolve from that and progress maybe infinitely. And here it was completely reversed, that there was a high point during the Garden of Eden, during some mythical prehistoric times, and according to the vision from the Middle Ages, which is also called the fall, it was a constant fall from the Garden of Eden. Humans sinned in the Garden of Eden, and everything is a constant fall. And that's why we see, for instance, Middle Ages, in my opinion, were much worse than the previous ancient times. We even say Middle Ages, but we also say Dark Ages. So Middle Ages were actual regress of everything that happened during the antiquity. There were plenty of barbarians that destroyed most of the antiquity, most of the knowledge, etc. And humans were either in stagnation or were in downfall from the previous times. So we see that our understanding and our opinion on time is very important, because nowadays we even think, when we think that it is progress like that, we are motivated, we are optimistic that it will be mostly better, or maybe in another situation, another scenario, maybe it will be so good that we will destroy ourselves because there would be so many pollution, etc. So maybe it will be negative, but it will be progress, better and better in many aspects of our lives. And even if we see it like that, we are a little bit optimistic about our history, that it will be better, that history after us will be more advanced. But we see that the Middle Ages point of view, the fall from the Garden of Eden, from Adam and Eve, actually made people from that time being in very low vibrations, I would even say, in very low states of consciousness. Middle Ages were really dark. There were plenty of bad things happening back then. And as I mentioned, Middle Ages, the Dark Ages, were far darker, far worse than the ancient times. So it was the downfall. And as we see, if the Middle Ages are an except from this constant evolution, constant progress, so maybe our history isn't a constant progress. Maybe there are ups and downs. And here comes the cyclical time, the idea that there are ups and downs, highs and lows, that not everything is constant in nature, that there is birth, there is life, and there is death, that there is highs and lows, ups and downs. And this concept of cyclical time was actually very popular in ancient times. And most probably people thought of the very different seasons that are happening again over and over again. There is spring, then summer, then fall, then winter, and everything is in constant flow, everything is constant, highs and lows, ups and downs. There is hot, there is cold, etc. And nothing is constant. And it isn't that it is winter, spring, summer, and then it is hotter, and no, it is constantly evolving, constantly cycling. So maybe if Middle Ages were down, maybe this view of the modern era isn't actually right. So the concept of cyclical time was, for instance, very important in ancient Greece, which is also the land of Plato. There was the Iron Age, Golden Age, Silver Age, Bronze Age, and the Heroic Age, for example. So 5 ages. And it may be that the destruction of Atlantis wasn't a complete fall like in this view from the Middle Ages, but it was just one part of the cycle. Maybe it was the worst age and the Atlantis fell, and then we go through other ages and we again go to highs, maybe to a golden era of prosperity, of everything good. And the same was, for instance, in ancient Hindu thought, in which we've got yugas. And again, I mentioned a lot Mahabharata, which is one of the oldest ancient texts from ancient India, and which is, I think, much, much longer than the Bible even. Even we do not have, like, I have a book which is abridged Mahabharata, which is a true translation of Mahabharata, but really abridged, because if we wanted to translate the entire Mahabharata, it would be like a few volumes. It is so long. And Mahabharata, which is also one of the oldest texts, is telling us of this concept of cyclical time, just like in the Greek version, but here we've got 4 ages, which is Krita Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga being the worst, and Krita Yuga, also sometimes called the Satya Yuga, was actually the best, the golden age. And what is interesting is that all of those ages are not equal, that the golden age is the longest, and the worst, the Kali Yuga age, is the shortest. So it is a little bit optimistic, but still it is interesting that there are those cycles, and once there is a golden age and once there is a dark age. And unfortunately, we do not have a systemized version of the yugas. One above is within divine years, as it is called, which is 4,800, etc. And below it is another another version of the yuga cycle, which is in millions of the actual years. And we've got also a few others, so unfortunately we cannot pinpoint it that exactly, but there are of course some attempts to do that. Maybe we'll be able to do that soon, and maybe we can, look at our known history. But unfortunately we know only a few thousand years of our history, and we can see that if middle ages, if ancient times were upside and middle ages were downside, so maybe the middle ages were the Kali Yuga, and now we are again going upside with all the progress technology, so maybe there's again coming back from the Kali Yuga, and now we are again within some better age. Maybe it is like that. But what is important is that yugas in Mahabharata especially are described not only just, oh, these are the ages, but they are described as an instruction of living on earth. It is like an instruction manual, because it is mentioned that during this yuga you are better doing this because it is very good to do in this yuga. In another yuga you should focus on knowledge. For instance, Treta Yuga is the age of wisdom, so on Treta Yuga you should focus on knowledge, on wisdom, on sources gathering, etc. But in another yuga, you should focus, for instance, on sacrifice. I think Kali Yuga was mentioned that in the darkest of ages, you should sacrifice a lot. Maybe you should be like a hero who sacrifices his pleasures and his life for something better, for something bigger. So these yugas are very important because they are not only cyclical time, but also they may explain those whole civilizations and those ups and falls of civilizations. Because another interesting thing about Atlantis, Plato mentions that Atlantis fell because people were starting to live like animals, like pigs. They were immersed into matter, they were immersed into like lower stuff that human being can do. They were immersed in the lower nature, because we have to agree that we have some animalistic instinct, we have some animalistic nature, we have bodies which are similar to animal bodies, but we also as humans have something more. We have consciousness, we have mind, we have ideas, imagination, etc., which of course makes us a little bit higher than other animals in some of course cases, in some cases not. But we've got some higher intelligence, but we have to accept that we have some lower instincts. And what is interesting, that Kali Yuga, the darkest of ages, also was connected with the Great Flood, and also so with the destruction of this similar flood with the sinking of Atlantis. And Kali Yuga is the age of matter, in which people are the least spiritual of all ages, and in which age people are very, very into like material age. Just as we nowadays maybe are not that psychic, maybe not each one of us have all the psychic abilities, maybe we cannot access the Akashic records at instant, etc., during this, maybe in this kind of reality, in this kind of timeline. But according to you guys, in the golden age people are extremely psychic, and in the Kali age people are the least psychic. So it may be that Kali Yuga is connected to the fall of Atlantis, because just as Plato is telling us that Atlantis fell because Atlanteans were very into their lower nature, so animalistic instincts, and Kali Yuga, which is also connected to the destruction, to the flood, it's connected with the material age and with the destruction. So there are plenty of similarities with the ancient Hindu text and the Atlantis. And as I mentioned, the same text in which the yugas appear, the Mahabharata, which was one of the oldest texts, also mentioned the watery tomb Atala on the Western Ocean. So there may be much more to those stories than we think, and there is much more to research than that. And also, of course, the cyclical time, the idea of anything cyclical, may be similar to the zodiac, to the our modern understanding of the zodiac, which was similar to ancient Greeks and similar, for instance, to ancient Mesopotamia, ancient China, etc. Because here again, we've got, but only within a year, cycles, different cycles that are again cyclical. We've got different zodiac signs, and just as in the Yuga cycle, different ages have different attributes. So there is the golden age full of psychic capability, there is the Treta age full of wisdom, there is the Kali age, the worst age of matter. And here in the zodiac, we again have a cycle during which there are different energies. You know, the Capricorn is different than some other than Leo, etc. The different zodiac signs are actually representing some different ideas, different energies, different motives that are happening throughout the year. But just as we nowadays mostly use this zodiac within 12 months of time, our ancient ancestors used a much more in-depth version of the zodiac epochs, which are connected to the astronomical phenomenon of the precession of the equinoxes, which last for about, wait, I need to find this slide, which lasts for 25,920 years. It is a single cycle which may be connected to yugas and with the fall of Atlantis, which was long ago. And this cycle is connected to the zodiac signs, and different zodiac signs, as we see, happen during different eras. This is of course approximate. It isn't to the exact year. It is plus minus a few hundred years. And as we see, there are different ages. We see that the age of Pisces, which started before the birth of Jesus, the life of Jesus, and interestingly, Jesus and Christianity is symbolized by maybe not two fish like in the Pisces case, but with one fish, with a single fish like in the Pisces, is actually happening with, is starting approximately with the life of Jesus. Nowadays, we see the New Age, the starting of the age of Aquarius, which is most probably true. And before that, we had age of Aries from about 2300 BC to the life of Jesus. And it is interesting because age of Aries, age of Ram, was symbolized in ancient texts, for instance, during the Abrahamic times. Abrahamic times happened most probably during the Aries zodiacal epoch, and there was plenty of sacrifice of the actual ram, of the actual Aries. And before that, we have age of Taurus. Taurus, so the bull. And during this age, the first civilizations appeared 3100 years BC approximately. And the bull was a very important symbol in India, in ancient India. It is, the cows are sacred even until nowadays, but also in ancient Egypt. So it is also very interesting. And it is connected with the astronomical phenomenon, which I won't describe it here because it is too advanced, but we have to remember that we have those zodiacal ages, and there is the entire cycle of 25,920 years, which if we divide it by 12 zodiac sign, means that each zodiacal epoch lasts for about 2,160 years. And those precessional numbers were known throughout the ancient cultures. I described it more in my book. I will show you at the end. But it is interesting. For instance, the number of syllables in the Rig Veda is 432,000. And the number of stanzas in Rig Veda is 10,800. And these are very important numbers. 108, 432, like in modern New Age, 432 hertz. We see 432 when it comes to the solar system. Distances from Earth to Moon, from Earth to Sun are corresponding to the numbers 108 and 100 and 432. And those numbers I show more in my book were known throughout the ancient cultures. They are very important. They are not only connected with the cycles of time, but also with the different differences in the solar system. So it is much more than just numerological stuff, just New Age stuff. And it's connected, as we've seen, with the zodiacal ages and with the signs of the zodiac, and it is called the precession of the equinoxes. But I mentioned zodiac, and I mentioned, why are we not thinking of our time in cycles? Why the mainstream thought is that it is a constant progress? Why are we not thinking that it is cyclical, that there are ups and downs? We are actually a little bit biased because most of our theories, like the Big Bang theory, are linear, are from one point during the Big Bangs, the so-called. It was the before Big Bang. I don't remember actually, but don't mind. But there was it's something happening. There was a Big Bang from a point, and it all expands, most probably indefinitely. But for instance, there are some theories and even theories of Nobel Prize winners that the universe bang and at some point it started crunching and there is a big crunch and again big bang. So a very similar idea to this cyclical time, right? That the big bang is exploding, crunching. And again, in the Hindu thought, we've got mentions that the universe comes from Brahman, and to Brahman it comes back. So a similar thing in Hinduism, but I won't mention cosmology in this conversation because it is too much. But in Hinduism, there is this idea of cyclical universe, just as in this case of this cyclical universe of the Big Bang and Big Crunch. But unfortunately, we think that, oh, we are very limited because we only think from the beginning of the Big Bang until nowadays. We think that there was a Big Bang, that the first matter appeared, then first stars, first planets, then the first life forms on planet Earth. Everything evolved into humans, and nowadays we are here and now as an example, as a result of a huge span of evolution. But we see that it is only a part of the universe, because what if there were previous universes? What if it is a Big Bang, Big Crunch, Big Bang, Big Crunch, and we see only a limited vision, only from the last Big Bang, from the beginning of this material universe? And again, in Hinduism, there is a mention that there were previous universes. There was, I think, about 70 something, and there will be a maximum of 100, I think 8, again, this number from the Rig Veda that I mentioned. But it is all connected. The cosmology of the Hinduism is very, very advanced, but it is all connected to this idea that when it comes to all the known history from the first settlements, it is only 12,000 years until nowadays, which in comparison to 200,000 years of the existence of human species is only a fraction, only like a 5-6% of everything. And the same when it comes to 6,000 years of the known history from the first civilization of ancient Sumer, of the appearance of the first script. And the same case is in the Big Bang, that we know only a fraction of everything, and we have a vision based on only this fraction, like on only a few percent of everything, and we bias everything towards it, that there couldn't have been lost civilizations because before that there were no previous settlements, etc. And this is a constant evolution. The same with history, the same overall with the universe. And it may be much more, it may be cyclical. And maybe we don't see the cycles of time because we know 12,000 years or 6,000 years of the history. And those yugas are in millions or in thousands of years. And those zodiac periods are, again, as we see, in tens of thousands of years during the history that isn't known much by modern science. So that's why our vision is linear, because it is very, very limited. The same with the history, the same with the Big Bang. And that's why after studying the ancient text, I came to a realization that there is not only much more to our history, but there is also much more to the universe, and that our vision of anything, physics, cosmology, universe, evolution, is very limited. And we try to have a holistic view, a holistic theory based on just a few facts. But there may be plenty of others. And also, when it comes to the history, everything is degrading very rapidly. So maybe plenty of evidence actually didn't survive to our times. And maybe plenty of episodes from our distant past are totally lost because everything degraded. And that's why my book Deja Vu, I think I will come back to Evan and William Strong for a conversation, because this will be the end But I want at the end to mention that I started my book with this question: how many things actually survive? How many possible things from those lost civilizations may have survived till our times, when it comes to Atlantis, or even those previous civilizations or previous periods mentioned by all of those ancient cultures? If some fairly advanced civilization existed 10,000 years BC, 20, 50, or even 100,000 years ago, what would we have today? What evidence for it would we have today? And as I started my book, Deja Vu Has Everything Already Been, which I highly recommend to everyone. It is fully illustrated, 450 plus pages, full of tons of information, as you've seen from this presentation. There is much more to our history, and plenty of evidence from the previous civilization may not exist. And that's why we have such a limited view. Because when it comes to those primitive nomads, hunter-gatherers, when it comes to the first tools, or even the first settlements, wooden tools, even stone tools, all of those things are natural things. And they survive for a long time because a stone is a stone. It is a million-year-old thing. And that's why stone tools would last for millions of years or hundreds of thousands of years. And when it comes to modern plastics, metals, and all of the modern stuff of day-to-day use, it's all very fragile. And we see how everything is rusting very rapidly. We see that cities abandoned a few decades ago are almost totally destroyed. And if we take a look, I mentioned my book because I started with imagining a situation in which in modern civilization nowadays, in modern times, humans evaporated for any reason. What if we stopped existing right now? And all of these cities, all of the civilization would still exist. What would happen? And I found out that it would deteriorate and degrade really, really rapidly. Maybe within a few, within a few, even 100 or even 1,000, 2,000 years, there would be almost nothing to see from us. But when it comes to tens of thousands of years, there wouldn't be even there wouldn't be even almost no evidence when it comes to like geological layers. Some archaeologists 20,000 years after us maybe wouldn't even know that we existed, because there would be nothing from us, and maybe there would be some stone tools still existing from before that. And that's why modern buildings are surviving only decades or a few hundred years, and the pyramids are still there for more than 5,000 years or even more than that, because they are from rocks, from stone, of sandstone to be more precise, and granite and diorite. But because they are of natural origins, they last for very, very long periods of time. And that would be all for today. As we see, there is much more to our history. There is a lost history out there, and it is connected to our understanding of time and of the cycles of time. And I thank you, Stephen and Ivan, for having me on your conference today.
Just got to unmute us, sorry.
Okay, we want to thank you because we thought that was a brilliant presentation. We found it quite interesting. And both of us picked up quite a few pieces of knowledge we didn't have.
So thank you.
Thank you for that. And what we would like to do, and I know we've only got a little bit of time for this, but there are a couple of questions that we did scribble down I wanted to ask. And I'm going to start with a couple, and Evan, you might finish with a few. The first thing I'd like to ask you, Alexander, is you showed us two graphs with lines about progress. And I noticed one was from the Garden of Eden, where we were living as hunter-gatherers. Obviously, at that time, there were no buildings, and it went downwards. And then we have other graphs that go upwards. And it would strike me that a lot of humans measure progress by one thing alone, which is technology. What's your understanding of what progress is?
Yes, I am more into a holistic progress, not only on the material stuff, which is also very important. We shouldn't
Oh, yeah.
ignore the
Mm.
material part of our lives, all the technologies that are really helping us, are helping millions of people or even billions of people all around the world, helping us to even survive when it comes to hunger and stuff like that. It is very important, but I think that nowadays, and it is all about what I mentioned at the beginning, that mainstream and even plenty of us are thinking of our ancient ancestors, of their legends, myths, as just myths, as some primitive beliefs of some primitive people, that it was all bad, etc. But as you mentioned, we only think of that because we see it through our modern perspective of all of the advancements that we've gathered.
Mm.
And if we take a look at other areas of our life, for instance, the understanding of time as cycles and as different epochs and as instructions manual when it comes to how it is properly to live during those times, ancient Indians were probably much more advanced in that type
Mm.
of matter. And I
Yeah.
think that nowadays, because of I connect that with scientific materialism, which is one of the basic assumptions in science, that only matter and its interactions exist. So only particles and forces and maybe some fields, etc. Only that kind exists. And because of that, and because we think of ourselves in biological terms that we are just advanced species of monkeys, etc., because of that, we neglected the spiritual, the non-physical side of us.
Yeah.
Even psychological side was very low. Maybe recently it started to gain momentum, but we see that we have the non-physical, the ideal, the mind, the spirit, etc., and progress at this side, and the material progress. And we see that nowadays we lack, or the mainstream, because there are of course many people within spirituality and stuff like that, but we lack this side. As you mentioned, the Garden of Eden, we're probably some kind of hunter gatherers, or even maybe even not that, maybe it was garden, maybe we were not hunting, we're in a maybe more blissful state, if this
Mm.
relation is true, of course.
Mm.
But we are nowadays lacking this side, and we are too much focused on the material stuff as the collective, which is a similar thing that happened, and it was fate to the Atlantis. Plato is mentioning that people
That's where we
were
want to go next.
exactly, that people were starting to be in those lower animalistic things, but I would say that they were also more into matter, that they were getting far away from spirituality. They were into the matter, and Atlantis fell. And that's why we should be worried nowadays, and we should gain the momentum also within the evolution when it comes to those non-physical, those more elusive stuff when it comes to our society. And it's also connected with the Kali Yuga. I mentioned the Yuga cycles, the Hindu thought that at one era, it is all about spirituality, like the Garden of Eden, for example. And like in the fall we mentioned, right? In the fall, it is also fall from this golden age, from this Satya Krita Yuga. There is a little bit worse age, and then there is the worst age, the Kali Yuga, the age of matter. So as we see, it is all connected: Atlantis, Yugas, spirituality, material stuff, etc.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good call, because it sounds to me like the Indians obviously saw, and the Bible obviously saw, a period where technology didn't reign supreme as being higher. Now that leads us on to Atlantis, and there's two questions I wanted to ask about that. One of them you've raised. It is sort of known, not probably intuitive more than else, that Atlantis fell on its own sword to an extent. That part, I think, is pretty well agreed to, those who believe in that. Do you have any suspicion as to why it was Atlantis fell into this lower nature? Was that due to the cycles, or do you think it was due to something that happened within the civilization of Atlantis that caused it to fall? Any ideas on that one?
I think it is both, and it is connected to the previous one, because I mentioned yugas only on the surface level, but these yugas, the cycles of time, it doesn't mean that there is a golden age and there is a dark age and it is like destiny that we cannot do anything about it. It is like the energy of that age. So like the energy of the culture, like we've got different ideas like of communism, of ideologies, etc., that may be like more prominent than others. And it's mentioned within the Yuga cycle, which is, as I mentioned, connected to the Plato's Atlantis, that it is a little bit like the new age belief that earth is some kind of maybe school. Maybe some people think for us to advance, to evolve as human beings, not as technology, matter, etc.,
Yeah.
but as human inner beings, right? So it is like a little bit of challenge. If you want a challenge, and if you want to be, as I mentioned, Kali Yuga, there is a instruction that during the Kali Yuga, the worst state, the darkest of ages, may be connected to the fall of Atlantis, as we mentioned. There is only 1/4 of spirituality, quarter of spirituality, and the rest is matter. But there is still a hope, there is a quarter of spirituality. So you may go to that quarter, and it doesn't mean that for you it will be worse than in the golden age. In the golden age, there is 100% of spirituality. So it's like a blissful state of Garden of Eden, of effortlessness. But if you want a challenge, go maybe incarnate, as some people suggest, into Kali Yuga, and you can still, you do not need to fall like the Atlanteans to your lower nature. You can become conscious, you can become aware, you can take your own path to spirituality. Even as a collective, we can take our own path. We do not need to repeat the catastrophe, for instance, from Atlantis right now, because only we focus on matter, but we can take another path. We can evolve, we can start focusing more on the spiritual side, and then we do not need to repeat that. It is also mentioned in the Hindu thought when it comes to karmic cycle, karma, because we think of karma, but karma is like cause of our own actions. So depending on our own actions, we craft our destiny as individuals and as collective. So maybe Atlanteans went into the material side, and that's why they fell. But maybe nowadays are in another, maybe part of the cycle, which will be the repetition of that. And in my book, I mention a lot of cases of repeated history within those zodiac cycles that I mentioned, those 2160 years. So I mentioned a lot in the last chapters of my book that. So the history really repeats itself in similar ways, not exact ways. So the same now, if we were to repeat the Atlantean story, we may take another route and we may not fail. It depends on us. It isn't that we have to do that. Karma is crafting our destiny. If we behave badly, then we will have bad effects. If we eat junk food all the time, our health will deteriorate. If we eat healthy, we'll be healthy, etc. So it is all on our shoulders.
It certainly is. Now, there's one other thing I wanted to talk about, because as you know, it wasn't just Plato that mentioned the existence of Atlantis. Pliny the Elder, Homo, and quite a few others spoke about it. And you did mention the fact that critics have called what they've basically said about Plato, who indirectly is about Socrates too. They go together, obviously. They make the claim that Atlantis is either imagination or a metaphor. But what I find really interesting and contradictory about that, Plato also talks about the fact of the two occupations he reviled the most. And one of them was sophistry. And the reason he reviled that, hated it so much, was because it distorted the truth. So the question I'm going to ask is, the critics say this is a metaphor or some form of imagination. But do you know any other book that Plato wrote where he used this sort of imagination or metaphors in other books? Because I'm not aware of any other book where this actually took place. Is there another book where he goes off and talks about, because when he talks about Atlantis and he talks about the 5 rings, he even talks about the fact the water in the middle ring was not salty, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fresh.
Goes into a lot of detail in this metaphor.
Yes.
Does Plato do that in any other book, or is this the only book where that happens? Because if it is, it sounds contradictory to the way he reviled sophistry.
Mhm. Yes, I think that, as you mentioned, Plato was for the truth, and
Yes.
he wouldn't write the story of Atlantis with so many facts in order to
Yeah.
confuse anyone, for sure. It is also one of his Timaeus and Critias are his last dialogues, so
Yes, it
many
is.
people say that it is because of that, because Critias, even the last dialogue, is cut off with the fall of Atlantis in the mid sentence. So it may be that there was something more to that, and maybe at the end Plato was telling that it is all a fable. But as I mentioned in my presentation, tons of fact about the factual stuff that Plato was telling us. He even mentions, as you mentioned, I mentioned Solon, that it isn't that Plato imagined that he had this idea of Atlantis from Solon, who went to Egypt, and
Yes. Yeah, it
we've
was in
seen all
conversation
the
with someone
facts.
else. Yeah, it
Exactly, we've
was.
seen all the facts. And I think that he also shouldn't, because you mentioned whether he imagines things, but in most cases, like for instance, Republic is mostly about the ideal state, about
Yes.
the ideal state imagination. But in the Republic, when he describes the ideal state, he isn't mention historical facts. He isn't
No.
mentioning that it was this, it was there, but he mentions that it is like an imaginary state, like it is a fable. The same I
It is very
mentioned.
clear, isn't it, there, that he's actually
Exactly,
hypothesizing what could come to be. He wasn't actually
exactly.
saying, yeah, he didn't talk about the fact the water's salty in the Republic, did he?
hmm Exactly the same. I mentioned another dialogue called Phaedrus. In Phaedrus, he's
Mm.
clearly mentioning ancient Egyptian beliefs about the god of wisdom Thoth. And we know from ancient Egypt there was god of wisdom Thoth, and
Mm.
he introduced the hieroglyphic script to ancient Egyptians. And Plato is telling us that according to Egyptians, there was an Egyptian god of wisdom Thoth. He introduced the script, and because of that, people's memory started deteriorating because they were writing everything down, and there was no need for memorizing things. So we may say that this memorization of thing is a little bit his own theory about that, but he is clearly stating true facts, true stories from ancient Egypt. And in
Yes.
any other dialogues, he's, in my opinion, I maybe didn't analyze all the dialogues in very detail, but I skimmed through most of them, and I may say that, as you mentioned, there is no other tale that he is maybe not lying, but he's confusing the reader with an imagination by giving
Yes.
the facts, by confusing history with facts.
If he confuses his truth with facts, then he's becoming a sophist, which he was so much against. And that's always been my issue with
Yes.
this. He made this point. The other one was cookery, by the way.
Oh.
Those are
Oh.
no, I mean, that's okay because we've got McDonald's today. Why do we need cookery? We've got junk food. But that's a very
Yeah.
important point. Look, we are running out of time, but Evan's got a question he wants
Yeah.
to ask you. I think is very
Okay.
important.
So a lot of the first civilizations in their king's list, they often mention when kingship was lowered from the heavens. What do you think that means? I've seen that written a few times. Sumerian,
Mhm.
definitely.
Mm.
Yeah, I've always wondered. Yeah, what's your take on it being lowered from the heavens?
Yes, that's one of the main skeptical point of view and of the main arguments of the skeptics, that because those texts are telling us of divine kingship, of demigods, of gods, so these are only fairy tales. But we do not know exactly what they mentioned by these beings. Were these some physical different entities? Maybe they were non-physical entities like some angels and other emissaries. We do not know much about it, but as you mentioned, in Sumerian's king's list, the kingship was lowered from heaven. Also, in the Egyptian version, there is no that kingship was lowered to heaven, but that the first rulers were gods, and then there were demigods, and after demigods, finally there were humans. And in India, there are plenty of different stories of gods who were ruling the earth and stuff like that. And I think that there are plenty of theories on that, and we do not know much about that. One is that the mention of kingship being lowered from heaven may be that it was something more, as we mentioned, the material realm, the higher realm, that it was something more than just the material way of survival, like we mentioned, hunter-gatherers, this primitive living. Maybe it meant that this kingship was introduced in order for it to be a higher level of lifestyle, Like we mentioned lower human nature, higher human nature, based on reason, based on spirituality, etc. And it may be the case because another thing, we mentioned kingship being lowered from heaven. So these higher ideas being introduced in Mesopotamia, ancient Sumerian kings list, and in Egypt, we've got tales of, for instance, of Osiris, who comes to the land of Egypt and see primitive people who were killing each other and eating each other.
Yeah,
And they didn't
yeah.
know anything. They were like animals.
Mm.
And he went to them and he taught them the basic stuff about shelter building, agriculture, sharing love and being in community and not being like bestial creatures. So it may be the same stuff with, establishing something higher than just, primitive law of the jungle, I would say. It may be like that.
Look, we should finish on that. We went over by 20 minutes, but in your case, we made an exception because it was such a brilliant presentation. So for those people who are used to 75 minutes, in this case, we extended it.
Yep.
Alexander, I want to thank you again. It was a great talk. I'm sure the book, and we've read bits of it ourselves at the moment, it's brilliant. It is really worth reading. And very nice. Put an ad in there, finished. Nothing wrong with that at all. We expect you to do that. We demand it. So there it is, both sides, a nice big book, a great read, and very well put together and very logical and easy to read. And that's very important when you're doing this, because a lot of these books are not, they don't flow well. This one does. So my congratulations on what you've written and what you've said. We do thank you a lot. We will finish on that because we have gone over a fair bit.
And we'll definitely get you back on at some point as
well.
Yes,
definitely. We'll have you back for sure. That was great. And I'm sure they'll listeners, when they come and watch it, we've got quite a few thousand now, will enjoy this too. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Great
Thank you very much for having me on.
Oh, it's a pleasure, believe me. Okay, mate. Finish up for now. Excellent.
We're back. You're muted.
Yeah, okay. Look, yeah, we've had a change in plans. That happened.
A bit.
I spoke to Leah on the phone a while ago, didn't I, Leah?
Yes.
I'll explain what happened here, ladies and gentlemen. I wrote up 16 questions, and they were based on traditional Christian beliefs and Gnosticism. And I actually walked away looking at the questions quite pleased with them. I thought this is pretty deadly. I was quite happy with that. And then what happened is I had a chat with Leah, who's with us at the moment, and we went through the answers. And it turned out, I mean, Mesref can be very cryptic for those people who, most of you would know what we're talking about. Sometimes he'll answer some of the questions. Sometimes he sort of hints at an answer. And nearly on every occasion, he does answer the question. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as clever as I thought the questions were, I'm looking at them now, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, 2 at the back, definitely. 9, 10. 10 of the 16 questions were either not answered or basically corrected and shown to be completely wrong. By the way, at the end of this, whatever was left of my ego was really crushed because I was quite proud of this. And I knocked it up pretty quickly. I thought I've done that quickly. It looks so good. It turned out it looked pretty good from my point of view, but from Mesref's point of view, it didn't look that good at all. And what we've decided to do is to reconfigure the questions and do them again and primarily fix up the many errors I've made. And Lee and I went through and she read out some of the answers, and it started to dawn on me that I'd made one fundamental mistake in doing this. Now I know, and I've got the highest regard for a person who normally watches our show, which is Paul Anthony Wallace. And I am going to talk about Bundaberg at the end of this session. Remind me of that. Mm-hmm. And I love what he's doing with the Bible, and I love the way he's read it correctly. And my argument has always been, there it is, thank you, Evan. There's an ad. I love his work is brilliant. I've got no issue about that. And he's known around the world for what he's done, and he should be. And he's on the right track completely. And I wasn't. And I think both sets of scriptures, the Gnostic scriptures and the traditional biblical scriptures, are incredibly important. And it was never my intention to ridicule either of these. But having said that, I was aware, and I know that Paul will not disagree with this, that the Bible was dramatically reconfigured when the bishops of Nicaea in about 326 AD were called by the Roman emperor, who had just wiped out his enemy and claimed that Jesus was with him. We've heard that a lot of times, haven't we, in wars? Jesus fights so many wars when he fights none. That's a strange story, but it's true. But they did heavily edit and reorganize the Bible, and many, many, many Gnostic scriptures were taken out. Now, I made the naive assumption that the censorship and editing was solely the result of the bishops who were doing what Constantine wanted. And his rule was simple, but probably there was two. Number one, take out the women, and number two, it must have miracles. Okay, they were some of the things that were done. John only just got in, didn't he, Evan? From what we heard, he was the last one to get in. The funny part is some people claim it's not John, but actually Mary Magdalene. And there is a Gospel of Mary Magdalene, which has been so heavily redacted and messed up that I guarantee none of it actually, there's virtually nothing left, except the fact the men hate women. That part's in there, isn't it? Peter and Andrew can't stand women. In fact, I think Peter said women are unworthy of breath. Now, what I didn't know was that both books were heavily censored and heavily changed. Now, what we've got from Mesref, he does not contend that these different miracles and supernatural events took place, but he does contend that they all took place at that time under the purvey of Jesus and whatever else. He claims they were taken from earlier scriptures and then put in, because remember, Constantine was obsessed with the idea we had to have miracles in there so that people would follow Jesus. And what Mesref is telling us, he's not denying the fact that Jesus and Mary were in a partnership and they were sharing this information, which we always believe. But he does have an addition to that, doesn't he, Leah? There is addition to this partnership, because I didn't realize at the time. I had this concept or idea, and so did Evan, leave you out of this one, that they were partners. And we saw so much in the Gnostic books, but now it turns out, I asked him about some of the miracles in the Gnostic books, and he just said, yes, but not then, not that person. And here's the trick, ladies and gentlemen. That statement was made about Jesus also. Yes, it did happen, but not then. And it happened in the past, and he's been very specific about where and when. I'm not going to talk about that today. That's just pushing it too far. So, as a result of that, what's happened is this. Because so many of the questions weren't answered or corrected, and because they were wrong, we decided, Leah and I decided together, and that is correct. You agree with that, don't you, Leah?
I do. Yep.
Yeah, we don't do it now. Okay, what I am going to do is I'm going to write a new set of questions, and I've got lines through most of them because they won't be asked again. I asked a lot of questions about Pistis Sophia, where there was a shaft of light that appeared and everyone had to shield themselves with special mantras. Yep. Yes, that happened, but not then. And it became obvious to me that I had to get this right. If I do want to talk about this, and I want to make the point, and particularly I want to make it to Paul. He's not questioning the fact that Jesus and Mary were legitimate beings, okay, and not questioning the fact that these things happen. He did say these things and all that sort of stuff. That is true. But what he is saying is that when you come to the part where you're talking about different events, that happened with both groups, which was a bit of a surprise, wasn't it, Evan?
Yes.
Yeah, both groups. And let's be honest about this, ladies and gentlemen. The four Gospels, 2, Matthew and John, are disciples. The other 2 aren't. And the other 2, was it David? Yeah. The other 2 followed David, who never met Jesus, who actually spent most of his time killing Jews and people who claimed about this Christianity, and then realized, all to his well done for doing that this was wrong, and then started a ministry. And Luke and I'd forgotten who the fourth one is. Matthew, John, Mark. Thank you. Luke and Mark were disciples of David. Now, David never saw Jesus and wasn't part of it.
David.
Paul. Sorry.
There is no David in this world.
There can be if I put one in. There can be a David. I've got enough mistakes. I can chuck David in too. Shouldn't be a problem. They were disciples of Paul. Now, Paul never actually saw any of what took place. People told him, then Paul told them. So that's 3 degrees of separation. And Luke starts by saying every word in this book is true. Well, I'm finding that a little bit hard to believe now. So what we've got is both groups were equally guilty. I'm going to have to say it because it's true, of adding bits to make this sound better. Now, I want to make the point. He did say, when I said, well, I think the Gnostic version is closer, he did agree to that, didn't he, Leah? Amongst the many refusals to say anything and corrections, he did agree there that it was closer. That doesn't mean that one's better than the other. It just means one is less heavily redacted, but they both are. But what the difference between the two is in the Gnostic scriptures, so much more relevance and importance is placed on Mary's role. And that part, from what Mesrev said, is fundamentally important. And that's probably what makes the Gnostic version slightly better, if that's the right word, and it probably isn't. It's because that version acknowledged the role that Jesus played in it, and also acknowledged the role of Mary the Mother, Mary Salome. In fact, I think there was a Gospel of Mary Salome, wasn't there? But we can't find it anymore. And acknowledged that they didn't talk about the 12 disciples, they talked about the 19, and acknowledged 7 women. So in that respect, it is a progression. But from my understanding, that's about it. Yeah. All the rest, they've both done the same thing.
A lot of the Nag Hammadi library was written at different time periods. So it probably, depending on how much past the date, things get changed and merged and whatnot.
So what's going to happen is when we come back, I'm going to be focusing on the Gospel of Thomas. I'm still doing that Gnostic scripture. And the reason the Gospel of Thomas was never accepted in the traditional form is because there's no mention of miracles. Well, we know we're safe now because all it is 114 sayings that Jesus said. In other words, Thomas, and by the way, there is a reasonable case to be made that of all the actual books, because Matthew and John were written by disciples of Matthew and John, and the other 2, Mark and Luke, well, they weren't there. So all of them were separated. There is a valid call to say that Thomas is the only one that was written by Thomas. So I am going to use Thomas, and I'm allowed to. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to correct quite a few other things, and we'll make sure that when we do it next time round, that we're going to get closer to the truth. But I am going to close with one part of this that is rather sensational.
Oh, you are going to do it.
I am going to make one point because that's just going to pre-warn people what's coming. And I can see Leah's smiling because she knows which part it is. Mesrev made it very clear, and I've got to be honest, Evan and I have said for quite some time, we believe this was a partnership, male and female, of 2 revealers that together were telling the story. And to an extent, we were right. But I want to make one point. And this comes from Mesrev, and this I'm going to leave it with this one. Basically, what he told us is Mary gave Jesus the right to use his name. And what he's basically saying is that the chief revealer, we're not dismissing Jesus as part of the group. I thought it was equals. Mary is first among equal. Okay, we're not dismissing anything Jesus said, but what we are saying, and by the way, there is a clue to this, and I mentioned earlier at the time, in Dialogue of the Saviour, I think it's about verse 83 or something, when Matthew, Thomas, Mary, and Jesus went away from the rest and spoke about the secret Gnostic part of the equation, and they did that often. Mary at one stage says, I'm going to take Jesus away. We are going to speak about the mystery of the truth. And to this, we will be transparent to the cosmos. But what's interesting here is Mary takes Jesus away to talk about the mystery of the truth. At no stage did Jesus before in the Dialogue of the Saviour talk about this. So this has become Mary's decision to talk to Jesus about something that he didn't fully understand. And I can tell you in the Gospel of Thomas, one of the questions I did ask that did get up was verse 23. I've got that twice now. No, 83, that one, 23 for this one, where Mary says to Jesus, what are your followers like? And what that meant straight away was, what are your followers like? She's not including herself. And he goes on to say they're like children in a field that know not where they are. But he never said, well, you've got to include yourself. You're a follower. He didn't say that. He answered the question and said they're like children, but did not include her. In the Gospel of Philip, which is another Gnostic scripture, Jesus was asked, why do you kiss Mary on the mouth often? And they are the words there, and love her more than us. And his answer wasn't about kissing on the mouth. He said, when someone is blind, is with the sighted, and they're in the dark, no one can see. But when the light comes, those who are sighted can see the light, and those who are blind cannot. And what he was saying was, she can see the light, and you, mob here, you're blind. So we knew there was a big distinction between the two. But it was only when I was told via Leah what Mesref said about the fact that Mary was the chief revealer, did that quote from Thomas ring a bell. And what also rang a bell is earlier on, we had an Indian scholar, didn't we? I forget his name. He was very good. And he was adamant that Mary and Jesus were in India. And we asked Mesref about that then, and he said, yes, the archetypes of Mary and Jesus were in India, and they were also in Judea. And what was interesting there is that gentleman, and I've forgotten his name, Evan's trying to find it right now, told us that of the two, Mary was more advanced than Jesus. And he told us, didn't he, Evan, that what had actually happened was they chose Mary there to be with Jesus. They set the marriage up, and Mary was actually knew all the women's magic and story, but was given for the first time ever all the men's stuff. So basically she knew everything, and Jesus knew some of it. And what we got from that is very simply, according to the Indians, Mary came from a really rich house, and she was very important, but she knew everything. And Jesus knew a lot. And basically what I got from Mesref is the same thing. So when we do our next version of this, after we've got a bit of information, it's going to be far more radical than I thought it was going to be. And because of the fact that there are so many extensions we need to do, if I put up the one I've got now, which has got 9 questions that he either didn't answer or corrected and basically said that's wrong, it's not going to be much. And we both decided it wouldn't work. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to do is this is my piece of paper now. I'll hold it up. That's what it looks like on that page, and there's some more on that page. And questions 15 and 16, Mesref just said, I'm not answering it. I'm not giving you anything for those ones, and there's reason for that. No. Leah and Evan both know. It was my clever attempt at trying to be somewhat sarcastic and humorous, because I do get a lot of that in return from Mesref, and it was taken accordingly. Said, "Is he joking? I'm not answering either of those." So we won't be doing 15 and 16, but we will be doing some of the others. And there is quite a lot that I gained about this that I didn't know. And I was quite shocked at some of the stuff that turned up there, particularly number 14, when the three Marys go to the grave and the stone's been rolled away. And I couldn't understand why Mary Magdalene was talking to this being or whatever it was and mistook it for the gardener. And I thought, well, what's going on there? That doesn't make sense. Surely Mary, Mother Mary, and Mary Salome, who is Jesus' aunt, they would have known who he was. And I thought that was quite ignorant. It turned out they were incredibly advanced and had seen things that I still can't see. But we need to talk about what they saw. And it certainly isn't what I thought it was. I just thought they saw some guy with a shovel and a bit of dirt around his face and carrying a couple of weeds and said, "Are you the gardener?" Wasn't quite like that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be doing it. We always do one of these, but this one has been cancelled at the last notice simply because the person who wrote the questions was an idiot. Once again. So, if there's anything you want to add to that, except the last part, Lee, if we can leave the part about me being an idiot alone, I've owned up to that. We won't go any further. Is there anything you want to add to that before we finish up?
It's let's just say, Mesref's own words, the more mistakes you make, the closer you get to being right.
Well, in this case, I made a bucket load of mistakes. So that must mean, ladies and gentlemen, if Mesref said that, now that we've acknowledged the mistakes I made, this is the worst one, by the way, by a long way. Now that we've acknowledged those mistakes, hang on.
There's some other errors.
I don't want to know. I'm dealing with enough right now. Don't tell me another one was close to that. I'm prepared to say all of them were pretty good, but apparently there's another one. Don't want to hear about that, please. I've got enough to deal with at the moment. We won't be doing it this time, but we certainly will be coming back to that. I don't know what we're doing next time. It doesn't matter. We have to finish what we did this time because it didn't come out properly. What I will be doing is resubmitting 4 of my questions nearly as they're written, and the other 12 are either dumped or rewritten. So really, I've only got 4 questions here that are worthwhile doing. It's not enough. So we'll do it properly next time. And for, yes, Mary was a high priestess. Well, yeah, that's a start in the right direction, but I can tell you she was a lot more than that. She was way above that. But that's, I'm not arguing that point. In fact, we always believe that. Robert M., I'm not sure who you are, but I agree. We had that down. She was definitely at least the equal. What I didn't quite get is they are equal, but from what we've been told, she was first amongst equals. And yes, Jesus was aware and obviously knew quite a lot. That's why it was chosen. He was part of that archetype. Mary knew a bit more. Okay, so next time around, ladies and gentlemen, we'll fix that up. But for now, thank you for being with us. One last thing before we go. One thing I did want to mention. I think it's in the winter solstice. We're wandering up to a place called Bundaberg. And for those people who think, there's a beautiful spot there, isn't there, on the beach there, not far away from there, about 12 minutes drive. We're staying on a place that overlooks the beach and it's stunning. So it's a nice place to go. And we're going to do a 3-day conference there. And Evan's just putting up the promo for it now. And we've got a majority of the speakers, most people don't know, they're all original. And we're going to talk about the awakening. We're going to talk about what happened to Uluru 3.5 years ago and the change that's taking place and how to guide yourself and prepare for that change. And what we've done is we've chosen a group of original speakers who all have different aspects of a story. And I chose them because they all had different aspects of a story, and together it makes a complete story. And we've done this in a way that the whole of this conference, all 3 nights and 2 days, the stuff we do in the big hall there that takes up to 1,000 people will run It's a sequence, and it's about as on top, so below. And we start with so below, then we go to as on top. And we're going to talk all about the way to prepare for yourself for this change on the planet that's taking place. And so much about old way, the first way. Mesrev said that this was the first continent. And many, many, many indigenous philosophers around the world have said when the change comes, you will have to learn the old way. The Hopis say that, they all say it. Well, this will be the day where you're going to learn the old way. There'll be ceremonies there. There'll be at night, there'll be different stuff that's going on. And during the day, we'll have talks. And at night, everyone can get together and there'll be different types of ceremonies. There'll be rock ceremonies taking place. And we've got guests who are going to try and run different types of healing process, haven't we, Evan?
Yeah.
Different types. And there's all sorts of stuff going on. There's going to be around about 100 stalls that are going to be set up there. There's going to be music there. It's going to be 2 days and 3 nights where everyone's going to become one big fat tribe. Well, not so much fat, just one big tribe. And I don't care whether it's fat, skinny, or in between. It doesn't really matter. But we're going to try that. You're welcome to come along. And what we've made sure of is normally a 3-day event like that often runs into 4 figures.
This one's going to be a little bit cheaper and includes camping and
all camping fees. You can camp there, bring your car, bring your own food if you wish, and there's plenty of food there. And by being a little bit cheaper, the prices are under $300. Normally, you wouldn't get 1 day for that. You're getting 3, 2 nights and 3 days for that. We've made it cheap as possible. No one's here to make a profit. And for those people who say, why don't you do it for nothing? Well, first of all, how do we pay for the accommodation? How do we pay for the flights? How do we pay for everything else that's going on there? How do we pay for the 3 days, 4 days it is, because they're doing an extra day to get everything ready? All those things cost money. You can't do it for nothing. Some people have said that, haven't they?
Yeah, some people really have no idea, to be honest. They sit at home and complain.
Yeah, the guy that's doing this, Wayne, is spending well into 5 figures to get this up. And then people are saying, why are we charging the price? Well, because he's got to put up so much money just for it to happen.
Yeah, there's all sorts of things that go on to put on an event.
Yeah, and you don't get it. You really don't. You don't get it. We've had a lot of critiques saying, why are you charging money? Well, if you want this guy to put it on and lose a massive amount of money and get nothing in return for it, all he wants to do is break even. That's all he wants. He said, if I break even, we'll try and do another one. He wants to do it again. That's not much to ask for. So please, the people who are saying we shouldn't charge money, please get real.
Yeah.
What world are you living in?
Not this one.
It's not this one.
So in the meantime, I've heard some wonderful stories from people that have actually done this. So it's an online course.
That's one of our speakers.
Yes.
Smacker Wyman, he'll be coming.
Yeah, he's actually been on one of our shows and he showed us some sites in Sydney. So
definitely
recommend that one.
We've got a lot of good people that come and they're all great speakers and it's going to be, and every speaker is different to the other one in the way they deliver, aren't they, Evan? Auntie Trudy, she's really a quite emotional speaker, isn't she? Very animated. You've got Uncle Alan. He yarns, doesn't he?
Yep.
He just tells yarns.
So
great stories that have a meaning at the finish there. So please come along.
We're also performing on this one. That's an online one as well. We're on the 16th of July.
Are we?
Yes.
When?
16th of July.
I didn't know about that. Okay.
Yeah, we did this last time, remember?
No, just keep going.
All right. And then at the end of the year, we're going out to Uluru to the Cosmic Consciousness.
Oh, with Mick and Catherine.
Mick and Catherine. And there'll be a few of our past speakers going to that one as well. Shauna Bostock, Craig Cole, and Carrie Ann. So, yeah, there'll be definitely a few people there that you've seen before on our show as well.
It's called the Solstice Reunion because that's where the actual... That's where that ceremony took place 3.5 years ago. Yeah, so look, by all means, come along to all that sort of stuff, and well, you're welcome. And thank you for joining us.
Yes, so we'll be back about a month's time for another one.
Yeah.
We will have some guest speakers for you. Going to work on that. That's my next job, work out who's going to be here in a month's time. Got a couple ideas. So stay tuned for that. And we'll see you all very soon. And we'll try to do subscribers thing.
Yeah.
We'll figure something out.
Yeah, and once again, so sorry about the tech issues today. One of them, I have no idea what went wrong, why that video didn't start. It started and stopped. The other one, I know whose fault that is, and that would be, as we mentioned at the start, Facebook.
Yep.
So yeah, probably from now on, if you are watching from the Facebook group, yeah, just look for the links to watch it on YouTube and on our Stephen Evan Strong Facebook page.
Yep.
Is probably your better bets because they're more stable connections than me trying to work out a way to get it into the group, which is
Getting harder each time.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, and in the interim, please, do some organic sharing for me, whether it be these conferences or the ones we're performing in over the next few months live, because putting on a big event is definitely, as we discussed, quite a convoluted and expensive process.
And difficult in this case. Yeah.
So yeah, please look. If you can't make it, give us a hand and spread this information around to your friends that might be interested. And
Okay.
see you all very, very soon.
Yep. Thank you again.
Okay, bye everyone.
Bye.